Players at the ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? On my release.
Tonight, I'll be eating roasted cauliflower tacos with spicy chipotle sauce. Thank you. Oh, yeah! I wasn't ready!
You want cheese to go with that wine?
Good afternoon, air hockey fans. We've got an amazing game ahead of you tonight. It is going to be an awesome game between Anthony Spanberger and Seth Garrett. That's right, Seth flew out from North Carolina to challenge some of the American Air Hockey League players today. Look at this guy on the stream. He's so pumped to be here right now. This guy, his rank in the world is so high up there. And so we're just going to have so much fun watching this game. I am being co-commentating today with the amazing Danny Hines, 11-time world champion in air hockey, Doug Howard, my personal favorite trainer. Don't tell anybody else I said that, but he's my favorite. And then we got Connor Cummings, number 2, currently in the world right now. Gentlemen, how are you feeling about this game coming up?
Well, I'm pretty excited about what's going on.
Should be.
Yeah, I can tell you this. I remember watching Anthony several months ago when he first started playing. So I'm very curious to see, how he's developed. Seth out of North Carolina over there looks like a little salsa dance or an attempt at it. Or maybe that's something new. I'm not sure. But he's always an exciting player to watch. And I love his intensity. I love the energy he brings to the sport.
Yeah, Seth is definitely going to bring it. He has he has all the tools necessary to make his way through this. So this should be really exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, I mean, I can kind of give an older perspective, and I know Doug can as well. But we have Connor on here too. Connor Cummings, currently number 2 in the world. And it's always good to see really that really, I guess, current perspective, of what top players look at. So Connor. Good deal. Oh, nice right wall under to start the match here. 1-0 Seth. Anthony kind of rushed that, cut straight, and ended up giving possession right back to Seth, but a little unforced error by Seth to return that puck back, and Anthony followed a little right wall under for the score, now tied 1-1. Looks like Seth kind of little right to center drift there, slowing it down just a little bit. He does like to play fast, so I don't think that's going to last too much. He does like to hit a lot of early, quick, popping shots. Yeah, so Dead Spec looks like he just donated $4.99 for Seth to do some more salsa dancing. So I guarantee you, you could have paid half that and he would do it. So we'll see if we'll get that message to him, because I think he can actually see all this here now. All right.
Nice little pop of a forehander.
Yeah, little bit of a delayed release there on that right wall bank there. Mm-hmm. Again, Anthony needs to be a little more deceptive. Seth easily charged that and then followed up with the right wall over, early hit in the release. Went right in past Anthony's defense.
Mm-hmm. So notice how Seth quickly is slowing down. He's actually starting to set back up and and regain some composure. That was a real rush shot right there. And so that's
unforced error.
showing the experience of Seth coming to full. There was a quick draw shot, usually ill-advised. And so you can see how he just sets it up.
Yeah, Anthony's got to slow down his offense here and not try to match the intensity from Seth. Seth, he's up 6-1, so he's up big. He just needs one more to finish it off. So he's kind of just playing very relaxed and just hitting whatever he feels like he wants to hit. Little forehand straight there, but Anthony was there blocking it. So good block there by Anthony. But, again, just rushing that offense, man. You got to slow it down. You have to put the defense. Yeah, you got to put the defense in a situation where he's not sure what the heck's coming.
Yeah, he's not making a consistent, credible threat, and so that's part of the gap right there on that last.
Yep, and that was a great instant replay there. That's a cross straight. For those that don't know what a cross straight is out there, it's a straight shot that it crosses the center line of the goal. So, in other words, if I'm going to hit a cross straight from the left quadrant of the table, it's going to go to the right side, offensive perspective, the right side of your opponent's goal.
And offensively speaking, he set that up because the previous shot he actually scored was from that left quadrant, but he scored with a right wall bank.
Yeah, a lot of quick shots, kind of really getting him to pull back, and all that does against a defense that is not disciplined is it gets them to pull back. So It really opens up the straights. All right, face-off. Seth won the face-off here. Opens up again, kind of an early right wall under. He mixes that up pretty well with the right wall over from that exact same location. But he's got the early lead here to kind of continue that momentum. Little unforced error there by Anthony. There, self-score. Now 2-0 Seth.
Nice.
Yeah, so here we go. We've got, again, Seth, who is going to hit that right to center drift. Really wants to set up that cross straight, hit some more left wall banks and right wall, and there's that left wall under right there. Gets under the defense of Anthony. So,
in the we have Anthony on the left and Seth is on the right for those of y'all just now joining us. And so you can see the information there should be above y'all's screen, and you can see what's going on. Seth is from North Carolina, and we're playing out of Idaho, of course. Seth flew all the way in to do a little North Carolina invasion here.
Absolutely. Connor, what are you seeing here? Anything on the chat that catches your attention there? It looks like one of the guys may be questioning if these guys are actually pros or not.
Well,
yeah, these guys are really good. No doubt about it. I mean, I've seen both of them play a lot, especially Seth. One big thing about Seth, I remember watching him and Austin Fernandez in North Carolina State last year, and he took him to match point either way. He's no slouch at all. He's a great player.
Yeah, again, just zooms the left wall right under the defense of Anthony again. Another massive 6-1 lead. When you have a lead like that, the heart rate stays low. You don't have that, intense moment where the heart rates just jump up like at a 6-6, which hopefully we'll see here soon. But right now it's a 2-0 lead for Seth. I know that they're playing it's best of 3 sets. Is that correct, or is this? I'm trying to remember the sets here, the format.
No, really.
Well, we'll get that here in a second. But again, Seth is up 2-0. Each set here is best of 7 games. So, Seth is 2 games away from closing this set out. Anthony has yet to give us anything that's kind of, any sort of consistent offense or defense at the moment, which keeps Seth there doing his little salsa dance there. So, for our fans out there. And like I said, hopefully Anthony does not lose that Idaho spirit. Yeah, that looks like,
It's
yep,
over.
there we go.
Yeah, that was over.
Over.
Yep. Seth does have a very good wingspan, so he can easily hit that. Now, there
nice
you
shot.
go.
Good delay. There
Yeah,
you go.
good delay.
Nice. Yeah, it was a good change.
Yeah. There
Good
we go.
defense.
So
There
it
you go.
changes it
Now
up,
that's
goes right
very
back to the
nice.
straight.
Simply establishing that strong right wall and having that delay, he had to respect it
Yeah.
and caused him to flinch right out of the way, which allowed him that easy cut straight.
That's right. He was frozen the first time for the bank, and then he flinched for the straight. So perfectly done. But you got to follow that up with defense, because now we're back to 2-2, now 3-2. That one
There
kind
you
of
go.
flubbed in after Seth initially blocked it, but you got to follow through on that block. Right wall
No,
bank.
Don't
Yeah, you want to
charge.
come out.
Yep. Charging is a disease. I tell you.
Yep. That was a nice roll. Very nice.
That's straight there. Now tied 4-4. Oh man, another unforced error there by Anthony. He's got to cut that out.
5-5.
Yeah, I got another little flub, little assistance there. So 5-5, but Seth does have the puck. Nice left wall under, got way behind the defense there for Anthony. Again, Anthony, there he goes, pulling it out, rushing that shot when there's no reason for him to do
Slow
that.
down and just,
Yep.
he had it.
Again, Seth with the puck goes for the cut straight there.
Yep.
Nice cut.
So 3-0 now. That's the closest game we've had so far, but Seth closes that game out with a beautiful cut straight from just left of center, which naturally opens up that lane. And if you don't have a good disciplined defense, those are going to go through. It's going to go through big time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so if everybody's watching on the screen here, you'll see these guys have their little heart rate monitors that are on there, and you kind of see what kind of toll this is putting on them. And both guys are pretty relaxed, I'd say, in the 150s. I'd say that's probably pretty relaxed at the moment.
So hi Charlie, hi Noah, Garza.
Oh, we got is that Noah Weissman that's on here?
No. NOE Garza. I don't know
Oh,
where you're
okay,
from,
okay.
Garza. No, we. Okay,
Okay,
awesome.
gotcha.
Hi, Noe. My apologies.
Hey, we appreciate everybody joining us on the chat. You guys have any questions? We'll do our best. I do have my reading glasses on, but man, I'm trying to also watch the match. So I apologize if I miss anything, but we'll do our best to get to you guys.
Hey,
So keep
Nixon
the
from the
chat
UK. Glad to hear you chiming in.
Absolutely.
Root for the Idaho players. Hello, Jason. Exotic Monkey from the Navy.
yeah, Seth
Thank you for your
again
service,
going up
sir. Thank you for your
2-0 in this game. Nice cross straight there by Anthony. Seth tried a left wall over. Anthony was there, which probably tells Seth that he's still not moving enough where he can hit the left wall under anytime he wants. Tried a right wall under. Anthony was there for that.
Yeah. Those are off goals, so he's setting up the shot. trying to get him to
Yeah.
flinch, and then you're going to hit him with the cross, most likely. Oh, you get block, get discipline. So that was it. So he's going to go off go again, then
So Connor, I think you are the most qualified here to give Anthony some advice here after this set, so we can, maybe make this a little more competitive. That was a nice little hustle bank right there to tie it at 2. But again, Seth comes right back with that cross straight. So what type of advice would you give him to attack Seth and actually put him more on the defensive where he's not so relaxed offensively and hitting any shot he wants?
Yeah, so I'd say very simply getting that complementary attack, like a cut right wall, very strong, because one, you can't block both at the same time, and one goes to one side of the goal and the other goes to the other. I think personally it's more of a defensive thing though. I'm watching him flinch a lot to the goal, and Seth would get some crosses. I think if he stayed out a little bit more frequently, it would take away the straights better. I'd say that's the biggest thing. Not pulling to the goal too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And just again to kind of give everybody a little point of reference or analogy, in air hockey, when we're talking about staying out to take away the straights, it's the same kind of thing in a forward in soccer, what you find in or football, depending on where in the world you're from. So a goalie and a forward in a one-on-one situation, what happens? The goalie runs towards the forward to take away the angle of those shots going into goal. And
look at his heart rate jumping up 158.
Well, there you go.
Dang.
Yeah, so it's no different, in air hockey, except we have that rail there for the bank shot. So it kind of creates that, antagonizing situation, which defenders need to understand. And it's yes, banks will score on you if you're not ready for them. But anyways, yeah, so if you guys have any sort of questions or anything along those lines, that's what we got players of the caliber of Connor on here right now. He can answer all those questions, even the ones I have. All right.
Yeah, says 11-time world champion.
So Doug, right there.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
And Doug is a low top player. So if you look at the type of mallet that Anthony's holding, that orange mallet there, and it might be not orange. I don't know. I'm a little colorblind, but
it's orange.
Okay, so that's a low top mallet compared to the high top mallet. And Doug, would you like to explain the difference and what the advantages and disadvantages of those types of mallets are?
Okay, well, one thing with the low top mallet versus the high top mallet, the low top on the inside rim actually goes straight down, versus the high top has a little bit of a incline on it. And so that right there, when utilized properly, the low top allows you an easier ability to be able to use the forehand attack a lot easier, especially in transition play. And so picking up things like that makes it way easier. Also, over a course of a long challenge match or a 3-day event, slinging around a heavy mallet over the period of time, depending on your style of play, can actually be daunting on a player. And so there's actually less wear and tear over a long haul, especially over us old players that have been playing since 1986. So.
Hey Connor, what year were you born again?
2002.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
same age as my oldest.
Yeah, I've been playing 18 years longer than you before you even born.
All right. So again, it really shows. I mean, we have guys, and that's what another beautiful thing about this sport. And by the way, we'll get back to that in a second. But right now, it looks like we got set point 3 for Seth. Seth on your right there. Good block by Seth. He's going to try to put this away. Went for a cut straight, little off the mark. He's trying that circle drift.
Shooting there. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
going off the diamond drift. And notice how he always gathers the putt, pulls it down to his bottom right-hand quadrant, and then immediately goes into his drift, and then sets the shot up. Sometimes he's using off goal,
And
and then
there's the cut
sometimes he goes
straight.
straight in for the final shot. And there you go.
Yep. So there is set number 1 for Seth. So I think we're going to get both guys in here to maybe have a conversation with them. So Connor, you got your work cut out for you, Connor, on your coaching here for Anthony. I'll take Seth. That's an easy one, right? Right now.
Hey, Exotic Monkey, number 1 in his area, hasn't taken a loss in 3 years. I don't know. Y'all think he could beat either of these guys? I don't know.
Well,
hey, notice Exotic
this is the
Monkey
pseudo name of some players there.
Notice he's not saying where he's at. Say where you're at, Exotic Monkey. We'll send some guys to come hunt you down there, brother. No, I'm just kidding. No, we would love to meet you and love to play you on the table, man. We got some good players right here. It looks like they might be ready. Seth, is that you there?
Yes, it is.
Awesome, man. Hey, so that was a pretty dominant first set. I think Anthony probably would agree begrudgingly a little bit, but, So, it's only one set. So that's okay. So that set is over. The match is over. So congratulations on the win.
Seth, what is your ranking right now? I have a player that is asking that's online.
My North Carolina rank or my
Yeah, give them both.
My North Carolina rank right now is 8. My world rank is 20.
It's real tough. Wow. It's real tough to hear you, Seth. I don't know if
so he said 8 and 20. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So 8, North Carolina's 8 and 20 in the world.
Okay, outstanding. So, Seth, it looked like you hit your dominant shots when you needed to. You were pretty much in control of the match pretty much the entire time. That third game, Anthony got off to a nice little 2-0 lead on you. You came right back and tied it. And it was a little bit of back and forth, but then you took control of that game as well. So it looks like you flew to Idaho for a reason. That's what I just saw. Can you share with the public what that reason might be?
The reason was to come out and show these players just the next level and just be another one of those players who do hold a high rank that can come out and just support this budding group.
Heck yes. So, you're going to be able to help educate these guys and get better, and then they'll be beating up on everyone else here very soon, just like you North Carolina guys are now, man. We had a showdown not too long ago, and it just seems like the only people beating North Carolina guys are North Carolina guys. So, you guys as a community have come so far in such a short amount of time. And Idaho's not far behind you guys. It may seem like that sometimes, but they're not. And, very, very proud of both you groups. And, Houston and Chicago, in Colorado, everybody's kind of got to wake up a little bit because it won't be long and they'll be looking down and it's going to be nothing but higher ranked players all from everywhere else. So,
which is outstanding. I'd love for that to happen.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and that's what we want. So, Anthony, if we can give you any advice, I'm going to let Connor, because he's our number 2 player in the world, and I would love for you to listen to what Connor has to bring or say to you.
What's up, Connor?
All right, yeah. So, man. You having fun? All right. I'll say biggest thing I saw, and this applies to every player everywhere, is on defense, you want to stay out a little bit more frequently and only really pull to the goal if you're very confident that it's going to be an under, either a right wall under or left wall under. Because even for an over, you don't really want to pull that far. But you really don't want to pull back against straights. Because I noticed it's like that last shot, I think, was an off-speed push cut. and you pulled for the cross, but had you stayed straight out, you would have taken away the cross and the push cut at the same time. So that's the biggest thing I'd say, is just staying out more frequently on defense and really
Thank you.
fight the urge to flinch. It's really hard. It takes a lot of practice to really get there, but that's the biggest thing I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. The word I think is definitely discipline on defense, right? So, staying out there, forcing and imposing your will on the offensive player. And what that means is that you're going to be like, you know what? You're not going to hit these straights on me. You're going to have to hit something else. You're going to have to bank around me. So now you're actually holding the cards. Does that make sense? So if you start dictating to them what they have to hit in order to score, now all of a sudden you have the advantage versus you're just trying to react to everything they hit. So it's a different mindset, but it gets you, it helps you so much. And on offense, Anthony, one thing you want to get out of a habit, you got a really bad habit of just rushing your shots like big time.
Yep.
Pulling it out of the goal, putting it on the table, and making a shot right away. Especially on a player like Seth. Seth loves pace. That dude, he gets so excited when somebody's playing him fast. I can just see it, right? The little hairs on his mustache there just stick up, and probably a lot of other things. And I'm not going to go there because this is a family show. But Seth gets excited whenever somebody's going to play him fast because most air hockey players love that. So if you notice and you go back and watch this video, you'll notice that when you pulled the puck out, left it on the table for a minute, and actually just held that release, Seth didn't want to play that way. That doesn't mean he can't. But today, at that moment, he wasn't planning on doing that. So you should have taken advantage of that, and you should have attacked him, by holding those releases, forcing him to block banks or forcing him to hit a cut. I think in that game 3, it might have been, you did
7-5.
exactly that for those first 2 or 3 points, and you scored like 2 in a row. You hit the right wall under, and he followed it up with a nice little cut, both taking your time and setting up that shot.
Yeah.
From the same spot.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is, again, that's the way you want to start and set up your offense. All right. So let's see here. We've got, it looks like Spec on the chats. And again, everybody, thank y'all so much for chiming in. We really appreciate you guys joining us this evening. I hope everybody is witnessing what air hockey is. It is a sport. It has been around since the 70s, and that's the 1970s. And we have had so many decades of air hockey and competitions all around the world. We've had champions from all over the United States. We've had players from all over the world. We've had champions from Venezuela, top players from all over the world as well. We have a 2-time world champion who will be on here commentating tomorrow, and he's living in Ireland, Will Upchurch. So again, we absolutely love this sport. It's infectious, and let me tell you something. Anybody and everybody can play this. We don't care how old you are, how tall you are, how strong you are, anything along those lines. This sport does not discriminate against anyone. It is a very welcoming table.
Absolutely.
All right, awesome. So Spec, Anthony, thank you guys so much for bringing the energy on the table, and we will see you guys next time you guys are both competing. Good job, guys.
After this next
Absolutely.
game.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck to both of y'all.
All right, Doug, what did you think of that first match here? I mean, they're playing a little tournament here, and Seth, I think, really sent a good message. I know that Nathan is their top player still in Idaho, but I think that was a little message to Nathan saying, "Hey, Nathan, you don't have to strap it on this weekend."
Yep. Yeah, well, Nathan is no slouch, so that's for sure, and he will definitely will surprise a lot of North Carolina players. So Seth even lets his guard down once. Nathan will come and hurt him really bad and send him home with his tails tucked. So, but far as that first match there goes, I do agree with all the commentary that was happening here. So definitely needs to set it up from far left of quadrant and go to his bread and butter with that delay, slow hold on to the puck, and then make a credible threat with that strong right wall under and that cut straight. Seems to be his two primary complementary shots coming from Anthony. So if he's able to execute that and not rush his shot, not fall into that trap, and stay disciplined on defense, staying out and not flinching, force him to shoot around him, then I think that this will be definitely a different type of game. And so we will see how this happens.
Yeah, so just reading some of the commentary and whatnot. So, I know Speck is on there. Speck's one of our Idaho players, and I love the energy he brings. He's making the statement Seth won't get past him to get to Nathan. So you got to love that. And, Seth, one of the most, deceiving, powerful players, in the sport. I mean, him and Ray, both those guys are little powerhouses, not just on the table, but in life. I mean, both those guys squat over 600 pounds and probably bench just as much in all reality. But two really strong individuals. They're like two little offensive linemen. They'd probably be playing on the collegiate or NFL level if they probably had more size to them. But they are very strong and powerful guys and very intelligent as well. But make no mistake, these guys absolutely are athletes in this sport. And I know that somebody made kind of a comment, about if you have to be obese or something along those lines. Well, I can promise that guy that I can get the most obese player in air hockey, and they probably would destroy that guy where he wouldn't score a point. So
yes, I totally agree. Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. So the next match here, it looks like it's going to be Anthony, who is on our left, against Javier on the right. Anthony, his Idaho rank in Idaho is number 4, and Javier number 20. All right. So
John
again,
Q, been playing for many years. Good to see you, John.
all right, awesome. Yeah, we love seeing that, John. Well, there's always going to be some kind of hecklers, no matter what you do. Always haters out there, I guess, something along those lines. How else do you describe that? I don't know. I'm too old to worry about that kind of stuff these days.
Yeah, keyboard warriors. Yeah, they think they're awesome. So who's really in the basement there? Yeah, so they're the ones that need to come out to the table and show us what it's all about.
Yeah. All right, guys. So again, we got Anthony on the left, Javier on the right, and the face-off.
Let's see.
All right.
There you go, Javier with the win on the face-off. Yeah. Set it up.
Nice forehand.
But straight attempt.
Yeah, good
Javier
defense.
was there
I like
and answered with a little right wall bank to score.
Flood.
unforced error there by Anthony. So that's now 2-0 Javier.
Needs this. Nice. Left wall under. See, that's what he needs to do more of. See?
Yeah, and I think it's a mistake that a lot of, people will make. In air hockey, they're playing a higher ranked player, like Anthony was with Seth just a minute ago, and they feel like they got to speed everything up. Everything's got to be so much more perfect and fast and quick and powerful, and yes, things need to be quicker, things need to be faster, but also you have to be more crisp is really the word.
Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice your accuracy and playing outside your normal game.
Yep, absolutely.
But notice he is playing a little bit slower.
Yep.
A little bit more poised. That was good.
Well, yeah, a little right wall bank there. Tied now 3-3. Javier with the puck.
Oh, Lub.
Yeah, unforced error. Another unforced error, but Anthony said, no, I'm not going to let you do that. But Javier said, hey, I screwed up. You hold on to that puck. So I like that.
Yep, I agree.
It's the little things, in the sport that really show a man or a woman's character, on the table. I love seeing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Me too.
That's one thing about air hockey. There's this and golf is one of the only two sports I'm aware of that you can call a foul upon yourself. Shows that honor.
Yes. 5-5 now. Attempted a right wall over. It looked like it was there.
Oh,
Now, nice cross straight by Javier. Yeah. Kind of came out of nowhere with that. So we'll see if Anthony can tighten up. He does with a right wall under to tie it at 6-6. Let's see what happens here.
All right. Who has the difference? Timeout called?
Yeah. Very nice. Notice Javier there. It looks like his heart rate's actually good heart rate there at 6-6. He's calm and collected. Took a good timeout. I'm loving it, man. He's below 90 each per minute. Yeah. Little off goal. I like that.
Ooh, nice cross.
Oh, it got away from him.
Oh, no. Okay.
Open the door here for Anthony. Yeah, Anthony gave it right back. Another unforced error. It looked like he wanted to hit a kind of a left wall over off the mark.
Good little exchange between both players. Off goal. Well, off.
Right wall over. Javier takes game one.
Right wall over.
Very, very nice.
So right wall over. See how he's going to hit it off the goal, but it's going to score on the opposite side of the goal, and he just moves right out of the way. Beautiful.
Yep. That's right. So there's that, again, in air hockey, just what Doug is alluding to there, that under-over attack off the bank shot. What the heck are we talking about? What's the difference there? Connor, this one's all yours, buddy. I'll let you
the difference between the under and
explain the difference. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so traditionally you want to have a blistering fast under so you can beat somebody trying to pull back to the goal, and then the over little bit off speed to medium speed, so they'll pull right out of the way thinking it's going to be a hard under, but you're actually going over their mallet. It's a very strong combination.
Yeah, and it's one thing to see it, from this point of view, but it's a whole nother thing to be there on the table. Because I mean, you think about it; these tables are 8 feet long. That center line, you can hit it all the way up to that center line. So you have about 4 feet you can actually hit the puck from to try to get into that goal. So, if we were to clock these, we're probably hitting it at about, 40, 50 miles an hour, the very hardest shots that probably are in air hockey. But when that translates, what that translates to, it actually will blow your mind. You have a fraction of a second to actually react. And when you put that in the perspective, now granted, they throw at 100 miles an hour in a Major League Baseball, and granted, it is 3-dimensional. We're going to give them all the credit in the world because heavens no, that's not an easy thing to do. It's one of the hardest things to do in sports. But this is a 2-dimensional deal. But you have a fraction of that amount of time to try to react on a shot to block something. So. It's amazing when you see players that have a really, really high level defense. They can block shots consistently. But here we go now. Anthony's up 4-2. I think he, playing with a little more pace is kind of what it seems like. Losing that first game to Javier again makes him want to pick up the pace a little.
Yep.
Get a kind of little pop shot there to go up 5-2. Another unforced error by Javier. Javier's got to, be a little more efficient there offensively. I like he takes his time.
Get over.
Yep, get over. He takes his time for the most part, but again, he's got to develop a consistent drift. And when I'm talking about a consistent drift is, there's that game right there. So that was a quick win for Anthony to tie it 1 game apiece. But when I'm talking about a consistent drift, that means that you put the puck in the same location roughly on the table where you're actually making your offensive shot, and you hit different shots from that exact same location. If you hit different shots from different locations, you become readable. You become, hey, he's always hitting from the right quadrant. We know he's going to hit a right wall over. He's always hitting from a left quadrant. We know it's going to be a left wall bank. Right, so different. You want to make it as difficult as you possibly can for the defense to get a read on you and to shut you down. Because when you get locked down, it's no different than you're playing. Going up against, some amazing pitcher. I'm a big Nolan Ryan fan, so it's like you're going up against Nolan Ryan and one of those 7 no-hitters. Where he's just humming that fastball and his curveball's working for him that day. But it could be any of these pitchers, from a Maddox to, today's top pitchers. Of course, I love Verlander as well. I'm a Houston guy, so what can I say? What just happened there? It looks like a little top or goaltend.
Goaltending. I think he hit it with his hand. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's a lot of the same type of concepts about your offense wants to be deceptive, where you want the same motion that you're making, you can hit 2 or 3 shots from that exact same motion, where the defense is forced to react, but they have no idea what's coming, based on the motion. So you have no tells, and if you have tells, then all of a sudden the defense picks up on that stuff over time, and you can't score on it.
Yep.
All right. Anthony forced that one by there. It looks like it's now 2-2. Big point right here. Up and hit a cross straight now. 3-2, Anthony. Yeah, Javier needs to, again, set up with a drift. He did get a forehand cut straight there. Just got to start setting up with a good consistent drift to really put the tension, the stress, the onus on Anthony to have to defend. Because right now there's not much pressure for him to truly defend. Yeah. So again, when a player is just kind of freewheeling like that, oh man, unforced error to lose that game. So now Anthony's up 2-1. Javier's kind of dropped the last 2 games after winning that first game, and he was pumped. But and you can't you can't stop playing with aggression. You got to keep coming. You got to keep coming. You can't rest on your morals. All right, so it looks like we have a question. If Josiah missed, if Ruth missed Josiah, and no, ma'am, you have not. That is definitely a match that I'm looking forward to. This young man right here reminds me a lot of your brother, Colin Cummings, our current world champion, who's, man, it's been well over a decade since has it been well over a decade already, or getting close to it since he won his first one?
Yeah. I'm not too sure.
Well, it seems like he hasn't lost in a decade or so. I know he did lose one of those, but man, he's been so dominant and such a great champion of our sport.
I think 2016. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know he won that first one in Colorado, but yeah. So we, anyways, but Josiah reminds me a lot of Colin when he first started playing. The difference with Colin he was kind of in the mecca of air hockey, so he had a lot of top players around him to learn from. So no, there is a lot of information out there that probably wasn't even out there at that time, for Colin. But so Josiah has a little bit of a tougher, I think, task to, get his offense and defense up to the highest levels of the sport. But I love the promise I see from this young man, and I've heard nothing but good things about him. So I love seeing that. We have so many awesome young youth in our sport. So we have a bright future, I believe.
So Dead Spec is asking, Connor was one of the first remote commentators on our stream a year ago, and I want to know his thoughts on how far we've come. So Connor.
Connor, you still there? Oh, okay.
Never mind. I just see it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's okay. Spec, I'm sure he'll be back here shortly. Looks like he stepped away for a sec. In fact, I know Doug and I have done this. We did this a while back as well, huh, Doug?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Yeah. And so why don't you kind of talk about it? Yeah.
The level of just all around, all the graphics, the commercials, the sponsorship, the commentating, the following has been outstanding, and so hats off to the Idaho crew and everything that's been going on. Y'all been doing an amazing job from afar, and so I'm just super excited about where everything's going with Idaho, and super excited about where it's going to head.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you, Doug. We knew this, year and a half ago, however long it's been. The energy that Nathan, Spec, and the whole guy, the whole crew, and I know they don't have everybody there that was once there. Some guys have moved away and whatnot, but I mean, for the most part, you got to give, all the credit in the world to Nathan and Spec, and they've probably been the main two, at least from the outside perspective. And I know that they will always pass to the credit to everyone else. Just that's who they are. But those guys, they bring the energy all the time. I mean, Nathan is constantly, hitting up players from around the country, around the world, trying to think of new ways to just reach, the populace, and to reach people that have never seen this sport being played, at this level. And yes, I mean, we have, Anthony. He's a low level pro, for Idaho, and Javier's an amateur level. So both these guys are not cream of the crop on the totem pole or anything along those lines yet. Do they have promise? Heck yeah, they do, and they can certainly rise up the ranks. But it's a process, It's a process that not everyone can achieve. To be quite honest, it's one that people certainly can, but for whatever reason, others get in their way. So,
See this delay right here he's doing on that instant replay. That was really good.
Yep. And that's what he's got to do more of.
Yep.
And I know that obviously, Anthony probably feels very comfortable. There's a comfort level playing Javier.
Local player. The person's playing the road player.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that's what giving the jitters out. But if he plays more like this, actually slowing it down like he's doing, and then setting up the shot, he will do much better if he ever comes across Seth again.
Right. All right, so we have a question from Ray G here. He says, why do I feel like the semi-pro is going to speak out the afuera if he wins? I don't know what that means, man. I feel like, Doug, do you have any idea what that means, or are you feeling old like me? I don't know.
Yeah, Native American, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one, but all right. It looks like it's now 3-3, and this is a pivotal game. Obviously, this is do or die for Javier. He is down 3-1, and Anthony literally has to score 4 more points in this game, and he wins this match. It is a 1-set match. Each set is the best of 7 games. So in air hockey, there's nothing more exciting than a 7-set, a 7-game set where it goes down to the last point and both guys can't score, because it's not because they're not playing great offense. It's because the defensive level is so amazing. So, we haven't seen that yet tonight, but we still have a lot of air hockey left to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us again, thank you so much. This is coming from you live in Idaho, United States and Idaho. So, this is at our studios. I think they're near Boise. Is that correct? You've actually been up there, Doug.
Yeah. That is correct.
Yeah. So, I unfortunately haven't had the pleasure. One day I'm going to make it up there.
They flew me out a few years back, and so I came up and did some training with the crew, the Idaho crew. They're a great bunch of players, guys and girls, and they just really took a lot of information over that time period. I was there for several days, and they real hospitable and took real good care of me while I was doing the training and stuff like that. And so we even had some other players. George came out.
Oh yeah.
Down from Oregon. God rest his soul.
Yeah. Yep. Rest in peace, George. Definitely miss him. So Anthony just went up match point 4 and charged that last point in to take the match.
Wow.
So, Spec said they need me up there. Hey, you know what? You never know. You never know what'll happen. My youngest here, she's going to be graduating high school here in the next couple weeks, and that's going to hopefully free me up a little more. We'll see how it goes, because depending on where she ends up going to college or whatnot, right? Right now, she's thinking
Hello.
about University of Oklahoma. If there's any
Headphones
OU fans out there, any Sooner fans, that's where she's thinking about going. So we'll have to see.
So Anthony, Big Nitty from online said, "Get you some." So he
Give me
looked
some
like he was
what?
rooting for you. Yeah,
Bye-bye.
for that. Yeah,
love
so good
bye.
job.
I'm waiting for
But-
the. I don't know what that means.
So I guess they're wanting to hear afuera. I don't know what afuera means.
English, please.
Well,
That was a
that's
good
kind of
game,
what
Shane.
they're
That was a great
asking.
game.
I'm not sure
That was a
what
good
they're waiting for. It afuera. All right. I guess my bolillo is definitely
Fuera.
isn't that no, that's Fierro, I think, fire. So I'm not sure. I guess I'm out of touch, but hey, so Anthony, you obviously, you're playing Javier there. I think there was definitely a comfort level. You did lose that first game,
I
which,
did. I'm kinda
hats
sad.
off to Javier there. You looked real pumped up from winning that. So I love seeing that, Javier, but you got to maintain that level, brother. You got to, keep that ferocity going, but I think like what's happened to me, like in my career, I can't tell you how many times I experience a little bit of success against somebody I'm not supposed to experience success against. Like I'm playing somebody who's ranked much higher than me, and all of a sudden I beat them, and I'm so pumped up. But then I realize somewhere in the back of my head, wait, you're not supposed to beat this guy, So that little monkey on the back of your shoulder tells you that. Sometimes you listen to that monkey, right? So you got to learn to not listen to that monkey.
Professional.
Gotta hate that
You got to
moment.
go after Anthony there and attack him and don't let him off the hook, But Anthony, you played a lot more relaxed right there. I think it showed the comfort
Around
level.
the end, I got a little cocky and started jumping around a little bit, but
What was that? Say it's a
Sorry.
little hard to hear you. Sorry.
sorry. Around the end, I was getting a little cocky and just kind of jumping around, just on my toes and just hitting for fun, kind of just random, just slamming it.
Yeah,
Um,
I understand. So,
but-
but like I said, it's definitely a good win for you. It was a pretty dominant win for the most part. So it was a way to bounce back after the loss with Seth. So congrats. And, any questions you guys might have? Because I got Doug right here next to me here, and he can answer anything you guys got to ask.
1 second, John Q. I also play tennis. I lost my match today, kind of sadly, but hey.
Lost 2 matches in one day. That's crazy.
You play Seth Garrett. Seth Garrett's so good.
Seth Garrett
I
would
love
whoop me.
playing him.
Seth Garrett's great.
He's a great guy.
So
Seth Garrett is great.
Afuera is the.
Dude,
let's
Nathan
go
said I have to keep
outside.
this professional.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. What's professional mean? Okay. That was a great game. You had some great
That was
shots.
a great game. Thank you.
It's a beautiful
I tried.
shot.
I tried.
Hey.
Yeah. Did well.
I'm kind of
Very good.
excited to see who's playing next. Seth and Josiah, I think it is, right?
Josiah and Emil.
Emil and Josiah,
go.
sorry. I'm kind of excited
Hey,
to see
so-
that game.
Yeah,
Real
this is gonna be a
quick,
great game.
real quick, Josiah, Javier. So one thing I'll tell you, to the next step for you to kind of work on to develop your game and your offense. Think about a consistent drift. Okay. In other words, I'm going to drift the puck to a consistent location on the table and make all of my different shots from that one location.
Mhm.
Okay. If you do that, it puts more pressure on the defense. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just something for you to practice, something for you to work on. Yes, you want to change it up and have, where you're all of a sudden that one, the guy that's defending you, he's blocking everything from that one location, and all of a sudden, real quick, you'll change that location, and that's where you catch them off guard, right? So you want to mix it up, but for the most part, 90% of your shots are all coming from one little spot, and they all look the same. And if they all look the same, the wind up, the release, all those things are not going to be a tell to the defense on what to do. So if you can start working on that and mastering that, the next thing you know, all of a sudden,
60
you're
votes.
scoring on just about anybody, right? So then it's a matter of what Connor was talking about in the last match of getting that discipline on your defense, staying out for the straights, and only pulling back if you know it's going to be that right wall under or left wall under. Otherwise, you're out there. You stay out there.
Javi, are
All
we
right.
twins?
That sound like a plan?
Are we twins? I don't think so.
No.
You're not my brother. But...
No, we're not twins.
All right. Well, anyways, okay,
Okay.
guys. Hey, thank y'all very much.
you.
We appreciate the
Thank you,
effort, and
Alrighty.
we'll look forward to many more matches with you guys. Y'all take
Okay.
care.
Thank you for the comments.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much
Bye
for the advice.
bye.
No problem.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
My hair.
All right. So we got Josiah and Emil, and I don't think
So
I've
we got
had the pleasure of watching Emil yet, but man, Josiah, and I know he's probably grown a foot in the last year or so since I last saw him, play. So I'm very, very curious and excited to see what this young man can bring to the table. He is ranked currently number 3 in Idaho, and Emil number 7. So this might be a really, really fun match to watch.
Yes, I definitely agree.
Oh, it looks like
Yeah, I'm very
we got
excited.
Connor back
Excited.
here. Connor, you back?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Hey, Spec had a question earlier. He cited the fact that you were on, or you're one of the first commentators on this format, a few years back, and he would like to know your opinion of where they were and where they are now and the differences that you see.
Oh yeah, man. I think there's been so much improvement. The setup now is like improved so much. And I'd say the proof is in the pudding. I mean, the views, like, it's crazy. There's so much engagement with everyone in the comments, so many returning viewers, like so much activity. I'd say, yeah, I love the progress. I love the consistency a lot. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's just such a good, strong atmosphere, and that's just something that, and you almost have to be there to experience it. And I know Connor, Doug, you're going to be there too in August, if I'm not mistaken, in Lake Conroe at Margaritaville. But I think the majority of these players are going to be there too. And Connor, you want to talk about that a second? That's the World Championships coming up, and it's where you're planning on having a little bit of a sibling rivalry, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll just shut up and let you elaborate.
Yeah, it's not a plan, it's a promise. August 22nd or August 21st through August 24th, Worlds will be in Lake Conroe, Texas. Planning on getting a rematch with whoever that guy is. Forget his name sometimes, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. So just to jog everybody's memory a little bit, that name that Connor can't remember is his brother, Colin Cummings. He is our current world champion. In my opinion, he's as good as it's ever been. Offense, defense, he has all the tools, and not only that, but so proud of him as a young man, and as a fellow American, and he is an officer in our United States Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
And currently probably, taking in some sun there in Hawaii, I believe, and or unless they put him somewhere else, who knows? But I know his plan is to be there to defend his world championship in August, and God willing, he will be there and be playing at a good high level because, I know his brother wants him to be playing his best when his brother takes him out, and I don't think any of us would want it any different or any differently, but I know you're not the only one that's planning on beating him up.
That is correct.
He's got a line waiting for this. So, all right. So here we go, guys. So here we go. Josiah will be on our left, and then we've got Emil on the right. And so I think we got a question real quick. We might have time for that. Doug, you want the honors of this? So the rules, like when the puck flies off the table in the middle of the game, like whose possession would that be?
Well, it'd be the last person who was on defense. That'd be their possession. The offensive player who caused the puck to come off the table would then be the offending player, and therefore would lose possession of the puck, and then the other player would receive the puck and puck be back in play.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sure there are links to the current rules that have been defined by the United States Air Hockey Association, so USAA. No association with the insurance company, just a little disclaimer there. But you know, the USAA, if you can look them up on Facebook, you can look them up probably on Instagram and all the other things as well that you're talking to the wrong old guy to give you a bunch of different platforms, because I'm not good on all this stuff, but all these social media sites that USAA will advertise on, you can look up the rules, and those USAA rules will be what everybody in the World Championship this August at Lake Conroe will be going by.
Yep.
All right, so here we go, guys. Looks like they're about to face off. This is a best of 7. They are going to face off every game here. Josiah on the left. Little false start there by Emil. Those are the nerves right there. He knows he's playing a good player, so he wants to try to get an advantage here. Nice little face-off there by Josiah. I like the touch.
Good puck control already. Wow.
Yep.
It's very good.
Yep. Like how he's setting up right away.
Yeah, so you notice when he is drifting the puck, it's almost effortless, and that's what we saw from, Colin so many so many decades. It's only been, a decade and a half now.
Yeah.
But so long ago from him when he was close to the same age. A lot of power there generated. Now
Nice
2-1, Emil. Yep. Caught Josiah just off guard. So, these are the things, the kind of lessons that Josiah has to learn is, to be ready on defense, like the second that puck leaves your possession. So I'd like to see a little more like,
there you go.
Yeah, great touch on his shots. He's got a lot of power he generates. The next, like I said, for him, I think he's got to, develop a little bit more of a drift type attack. There's another cut straight from Emil. 3-2 now. Ooh, powerful right wall.
Really good.
Or left wall, sorry, yeah. I forget he's a lefty.
You don't like lefties, right?
Yeah. Loving that. Good block. I love defense. I
like seeing Emil. He's playing with a nice, good pace.
It looks, Doug. It looks like a low top that Josiah has there, huh? A little black low top.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, nice. I love it. So we've just been informed that is a custom 3D mallet that Josiah made himself.
A good strong ball over right there.
Yeah, 5-3 Emil.
Cross court. Drifts it over and boom, over. Beautiful replay. Oh, a little flub in.
Yep. 4-5 now.
Like the delay. That was good. Try to go shoot that over again. Change it up, went under.
There, yeah. So it looks like Eric is asking about where your non-guarded hand would be on the side of the rail or something. So it really changes up based on who you are and your height. Oh, that nice little shot there by Emil now to go up game point 4. But when guys are on defense, it's usually kind of like if you see where Josiah's is there on the left of the screen, just to their right or left, depending if they're a righty or lefty. And then when they're on offense, they'll typically put that hand or arm further out on the side of the rail. Nice, powerful right bank or left bank. Yep. 5-6 now. We'll see if Josiah can muster up some defense to. Oh, nice shot by
Good
Emil
break.
to
Close
take
it out.
game one. Wow. All this talk I've been giving about Josiah, I guess Emil's
Emil.
like, hey, man, I can play some puck too. Very nice.
Both
right
underdogs
wall.
in the last 2 games have taken game 1.
Yes. All right, we'll see if Josiah can adapt and answer the call. I like the energy I'm seeing from Emil. Well, it looks like he is wanting to stay on top of this young man, which is absolutely respect of him because he knows what kind of a player he is. So, and I have seen Josiah get on a little bit of a roll where, again, it's just very reminiscent of a young Colin Cummings where, it just seems like everything he hits is just going in. So we'll see if he can muster that up or if Emil can keep him down.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like the fans agree that Emil's looking good.
Heart rate's 128, 137.
Yep. Definitely has gone down.
Yep. Both at 130s now.
All right. As you would expect, the max heart rates, you can see the age difference right there, right? So Josiah's max is 145, whereas Emil's max is 163. Mine would probably be in the 4,000s. All right, let's see here.
They're doing a little. Looks like he's trying to shoot it from left to center, cut cross there.
Yep, but I like what Emil did. He stayed true to the defense there, just relaxed.
Real good.
Yep, taking his time on offense, not hitting it too hard. Yep. Very nice. Little off-goal attack. Goes right back to the cut. Josiah is there to block. Nice little 1-2 by Emil.
Yeah.
Great get. Oh, wow, and it scored. 2-0 by Emil. That's great hustle, but he wasn't ready defensively. Yeah, probably a little too impressed with what he just did. Left an opening for Josiah to take advantage of that, and Josiah did. Nice right wall bank to get by the defense again. So now 3-1.
Little strong wall under.
Great get again. Mishit there. Looked like he was trying to maybe a right wall over. Good little cut straight there, off goal. Let's see if he controls this. Going right back to it. I mean, I like the persistence, but Emil is open big time for that cross. He mishit it there.
Yeah, I think if Josiah shot like a cross more frequently, it would open a lot up. I mean, we all know the lefty cross is one of the hardest shots to block.
Yeah.
There goes with a cut. But I think
he wanted to show you. He said, "You don't know what you're talking about, number two guy."
Yeah,
I played a little lefty. I learned a little bit.
All right, let's see here. 3-2 now. So that one, Emil hit from a little further back. Let that one get away from him. He knows it too. Good. Almost. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Nice little left wall under. Get behind the defense of Emil. So now 3-3. I like that. Kind of a controlled pace. Bring it out slow. And a very nice delayed cut. 4-3 now by Emil.
Let's see. Eric K, does the air hockey table have to have a certain air pressure? That's a good question. Actually, you don't want too much air pressure because then the puck will start flying off. There's that balance somewhere, but I don't know exactly what it is. I'll be honest.
So
Yeah.
our air hockey tables, probably so there are blower motors basically that blow the air up, and they have a little air filter. So you do want to change that air filter routinely. But probably the most common issue that if you're going to a local arcade and like, man, this table's not even blowing air out, it's because dirt and stuff will get clogged up in those little holes. And you literally have to take a little Dremel and drill out those holes one by one if it's not well kept. And it's a meticulous task. Doug's probably done it on tables probably about a million times.
Yeah.
But it's a process that has to happen. So that way you do have good airflow. And outside of that, it's good shape. So it looks like there's a little questionable call there. So it looks like that's not going to count. I'm not sure yet. They're still talking. Yep. So here, the way that rule actually can be interpreted, right? So if you block it and it hits your hand, it doesn't actually stop the play. So the difference here, if the puck has to actually, the referee has to decide that it changed the trajectory and actually interfered with the play. So there's a lot of subjectivity there in that. But if it feels like, that puck was already going back to the opponent, then at that point in time, the puck is still live.
Yep. Oh, nice.
Yep. So now I guess game point 4. Now, nice cut straight there by Emil.
Very nice. Oh, it was close. Good block.
Oh, nice.
Wall
over. Yeah.
Tick.
Now,
here we go.
Either way.
Nice little off goal. Another off goal. Oh,
great block by Emil.
That was a nice setup. 2 off goals, 2 off goal cuts, and then hit the strong wall under, and Emil stayed disciplined and go ahead and blocked it, regained possession. Timeout called.
Yep. Well, timeout. Good timeout. Take your time. And this is like one thing, especially a young player like Josiah. Josiah, he's also like a pace type player. He likes to play fast. He likes to play aggressive. So, a smart player will go up and actually slow things down. Whether it's, taking all the time between possessions, taking advantage of every ounce of it. Oh, he got lucky on that, but Josiah did end up back with it. Yeah. A little bit rushed. Went back to that right wall bank, back to the cut. Get there. Back. Yeah. Tried a forehand left wall over. High difficulty shot there. And the cut straight from Josiah to take game 2. 1-1 now.
Center.
Yep. Very nice. Very well done.
All right, Friday center. Yeah, that was very good.
Let's see. Peyton Gaming asked earlier what your favorite shot is. I'm curious to hear from you guys. What's your favorite shot, Danny and Doug? If you had to choose just one, what would you say?
Doug, I'll let you answer this first.
Okay, so my favorite shot is definitely the over. So I love shooting the over because I make a credible threat with my cross. And because I have a deadly cross that I can shoot from anywhere on the table, they've got to respect it. And that cross, because I am shooting from a right hand, I'm scoring. I'm a right-hand player, so I score to the right side of the goal. But my strong wall over goes to the left side of the goal.
Hey everybody, it's Nathan Buss here. I just want to remind everyone that you are actually listening to the pros. All the 3 people you're hearing were all in easily the top 10. Connor Cummings is number 2 currently in the world. We got Doug Howard. He was number 5 in the world last year, and my favorite teacher. He actually flew out here and taught us for a week. So anything that we have skill-wise, Doug has. And Danny, the one you hear talking the most, Danny is an 11-time world champion. So I know that I see you guys talking about me in the chat. Definitely take a listen to these commentators. We called in the best for this game. Thanks, guys. Take it away, guys.
All right.
Absolutely.
So appreciate that, Nathan. Hey, so my favorite shot, it's a lot easier. It's the one that freaking scores. So, it's you can't fall in love with one specific shot because every player is gonna, be a little more susceptible to something maybe a little bit different. So I think as from an offensive mind, you have to just be willing to take advantage of what the defense gives you, but at the same time, you have to learn to impose your will regardless. So it becomes a battle of wills. And I kind of alluded to this. That was a nice right wall bank there by Emil, but I alluded to this earlier concerning imposing your will defensively and not letting somebody score the straight shots, or maybe it's somebody that struggles hitting straights and they're great at hitting banks, so you take away the banks. But you impose your will one way or another, but there's no difference in offense. Like, I'm playing somebody that whatever I do, it seems like I just can't hit a cross straight to save my life on them. Well, guess what? That's gonna be my goal, is to hit that cross straight. And that was a beautiful right wall over there, hit by Emil, 3-2 now. But if you impose your will offensively, you're going to win most matches. Now, it's easier said than done, of course.
I figured you would have said the unblockable. Or
Yeah, I know.
Because that's what scores. So
it does.
but it's the whole setup. It's the whole everything going from the drift, the Danny Hines drift, going into your offensive sweet spot, disguising your shot, making a credible threat, showing that you could shoot that straight and that cross. And now you got them on that 50-50 just on the straight and the cross, and then all of a sudden you shoot the unblockable strong wall over and under all the guys to make it look like you're shooting both the straights.
Right.
And
So that
would make it so deceptive, and that's huge credit to you, Danny, for coming up with that kind of a shot, that kind of release, with that far back on the mallet to make it seem as though you're shooting that straight, and everyone for so long just fell for it for so many years, and you just came in and swooped in and took so many rings, so many trophies. So,
I appreciate it, Doug, but let me tell you, man, and I say this, oh man, another strong game by Emil there. It's up 2-1 now. So, man, Emil is super impressive here. I'm really looking forward to the next few games here. Number one, to see if Josiah, kind of wakes up a little bit and picks up the pace maybe to try to combat what Emil's doing. To kind of
the patience from Emil.
Offensively, he's controlling the pace of this match, which is really the difference of it. But back to what you're referring to concerning, shots and whatnot, the unblockable, I guess, which I guess it got named that. I don't know when it got named that. I don't ever remember. I know I never called it that. I just called it my right wall over. but that was all the credit to the champions before me and the other master level players before me. And I learned so much from all those guys. You can't, I'd be remiss to not mention, the great Jesse Dowdy, the great Tim Weissman, Jose
Absolutely.
Mora, Billy Stubbs. I learned so much from him. I learned so much from Will Upchurch. All these guys, they all had an effect on my game and what I did. And without any of them, I would never have become the player that I was. And, And we talk about that shot, and I still see that shot. I'm just not the one hitting it. It's somebody like Colin Cummings that hits it, and he hits it probably better than I ever dreamed of hitting it, and at a much faster speed.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast he hits that shot from far left of center.
Yeah, and it should be illegal, and I think Connor will probably vote for that in the next meeting. But no, it's a great shot, and it's not one that you know I can take all the credit for. It's something that I probably just used it more than others, and made it a mainstay of my attack, and pulled it out at very opportune times to get myself the lead or tie a game. But I'd have to say that most of my wins were typically from my defense and being able to shut opponents down, because I still firmly believe that defense wins championships. You know, you can have all the offense in the world, but man, if you get somebody that can shut you down, all of a sudden, eventually they're going to score on you unless you can shut them down just as much. So it's about matching that defensive intensity.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not just about offense; it's having the whole package.
Yep, absolutely. And Emil just ties it up. He was down 3-1. Oh man!
Oh, it goes ahead with 4-3.
There, 4-3. Went for the cut straight. Josiah was there. Good defense by him. Ooh, a nice little. Yeah, it looked like a cross straight, kind of from the middle.
Nice.
Yep.
Finally. I want to see more crosses.
Yeah, I mean that's really the big difference there. I mean it's open.
Yeah, he actually cut that to the inside.
Did, yeah, like the kind of cross cut.
Yeah. Last class.
Oh, unforced error to let Josiah back in it. Let's see if Emil can recover. I like he's taking his time. Josiah looks relaxed defensively, maybe a little too much. I'm not liking his stance very much, and I think that's why shots like that go in right now. You know, so he's got to get a little bit better fundamentals there defensively. Where
get up off of that there and get up on the balls of his feet.
Exactly, he's flat-footed. Oh man, another unforced error by Emil to now make it game point either way. Emil with the puck, and oh my gosh, in and out of the goal, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if Josiah can take advantage of this. Oh, great block, but he charged it, so it's going to be Emil's puck. Awesome exchange by these two young men. All right, we'll see if Emil can capitalize. It'll be huge for him to go up 3-1. Good block by Josiah. Way to be there for Josiah again. Emil's really going after that cut straight. Rushed that one. He probably should have held that one a little bit. Yep. See if Josiah comes right back. Went to left under. Whoa, my goodness. Did you hear that? So that's now 2-2. So two games apiece after that awesome 6-6 battle. It seemed like both those guys had the puck in possession in that 6-6 battle, maybe 4 times each. Yep. So that was awesome. Great battle to watch.
Yeah, Emil at 145 on his heart rate, jumping up there on that.
Josiah's mother said, "Did you hear that, Josiah? They want more crosses from you." Yes, it'll make him that much more deadly of a player. We promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
Connor, how many crosses do you hit a game on average?
Oh, man, if you include off goals, probably like 10.
Okay.
I try to get at least 2 a game usually. Well, I don't really try to. It just kind of. I feel like it's a shot that's just so strong. It's very easy to score in general.
But you almost feel obligated to do it to show that you can hit every shot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you do that to keep the imbalance on the defense, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. So again, because if a defense starts becoming, balanced, and if they start, becoming comfortable, all of a sudden they were starting to block everything. So, oh wow, we got players watching from Ghana. Hello, Ghana, how y'all doing? And hello to, we got so many viewers right now. That's awesome. Everybody's saying hello. Hello, everybody. And if again you're just joining us, you are in for a very, very good show here. We've got
Hello,
Josiah.
Florida.
Yep, Josiah here on the left, Emil on the right, and they are tied 2 games apiece. This is the best of 7. So at this point, it's now the best of 3. So whoever wins 2 games, the next 2 games, is going to advance in this tournament.
Yep.
All right. So if you
Well,
wonder
really
what they're
appreciate
doing,
that disc golf everywhere. Biggest fan.
we've got some disc golf players that play air hockey as well. Sarah Weissman, I know, loves playing disc golf. She is
we got a bunch of Chicago players.
Yeah, mostly Q, Dan, all those guys. But I know Sarah, who just had a birthday. I saw that late. I need to wish her a happy birthday, and I could do it online here.
Yeah,
happy birthday, Sarah Weissman. Yeah, she is a new mother. Made one of our greatest champions, my good friend Tim Weissman, made him a granddaddy for the first time, and I know Jacob Weissman's going to be having one here soon as well.
Yeah, little Logan.
Yeah, but our family is expanding. But I know Sarah loves playing disc golf as well, as do most of our Chicago guys, and Tim as well. Man, nice right wall under by Emil, 2-1. I'm really impressed with the game of both these guys here. Josiah follows up with a left wall under of his own, says, hey, I can do that too. Again, we'll see if, Emil can kind of keep this up, because I like what I'm seeing right there from Josiah. I want him to pick that pace up. I think if he's able to pick up that pace and get Emil to play faster, that's going to force more unforced errors by Emil. And right there, that cut straight that Josiah hit just off the mark. Nice little reactive shot there by Emil to get by the defense of Josiah. So now up 3-2. But right there, that right there is exactly what Emil has to do. He took his time, made a good shot, set it up, made a perfect cut straight to go at 4-2.
And what Danny means by pick up the pace, it doesn't necessarily mean shoot the puck quickly. You can still play with the puck, go faster with your pace, shoot off goals, regain the puck, and then shoot it again to set up your shot. So it doesn't necessarily mean just shoot the shot as soon as you get it, but pick up the pace and set it up.
Exactly. Oh wow, 5-3 now for Emil. Super impressed. This is the first time I've seen Emil play, and
he's playing really well. Very patient.
Yeah, I did not expect
taking advantage of Josiah's youth. There you go, Josiah. Yep. Good shot. Nice cross.
He's going back to the crosses, so I guess he did hear you, Connor. And that's exactly what. Oh man.
There.
Yeah. Big point there. Nice left ball bank. And it was a little delay. It wasn't much, but that's exactly all he's got to do. Oh my gosh. Emil with a powerful right wall under to go up 3-2 now. Man, look at this shot. Perfectly hit, well timed. And what Josiah's got to do, he's got to go back and look. He's kind of flat-footed when he's on defense, and you got to think like, man, because I played football when I was young, so I love to use analogies from football, but when you play like a linebacker position, you're either going to have to go forward to defend the run, or you're going to have to go back to defend the pass, right? So you don't know which way you're going to have to go. So it's that quick, split second when you start to read the offensive lineman, the quarterback, the running backs, the tight end. Those are your reads as a linebacker, and that first split second, literally that cadence of watching people's footwork and the motion that they're doing, that's going to tell a linebacker, am I going to step forward or am I going to step backwards?
Yep.
But in order to make that step correctly, you have to be not flat-footed. You have to pretty much be on the balls of your feet. So you have to be prepared to go either direction.
Scores on the face-off.
Yep, Josiah got off to a good little 1-0 lead there. Let's see if he can hold on to that. Good block by Josiah.
And so usually a good stance is the arm or the mallet the arm that you're using to play with is usually that's the same leg that will lead forward. And then you'll have a slight being up on the balls of your feet like Danny was talking about.
Yes.
And so you don't want to be flat against the rail.
And I guess I should put a disclaimer out there. Today's football, you pretty much can just step backwards as a linebacker because it's all pass now. It's all pass compared to what it was.
Yeah.
I grew up when the Texas veer was a thing. Wishbone offenses were a thing, and that was reality back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice clutch straight. I love it. Like the pace. I mean, he's so capable of playing at a very high, level when he's playing fast,
Yep.
and there's not many that can do that.
Yeah, that was a nice little. It was a cut cross from right, left,
Yes.
center.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Beautiful.
difficult shot to block, especially from a lefty.
Yeah. It really it pulls the defender over, especially by the motion.
Nice cross straight by Emil. Very well executed. Oh, in and out there from Josiah, but he ends up maintaining possession. So he's rushing those shots a little there. That was off the mark there, that cross straight attempt. And there's a difference between, rushing a shot and playing with pace. Playing with pace doesn't mean you're rushing a shot. Playing with pace means that you have a good pace on the drift and you're getting to your point of contact quicker. But it doesn't mean that it's a quick or, rushed shot. A rush shot happens when, the puck is here, I'm hitting it right now. I feel like I got to get rid of it, and that's something that you want to avoid in air hockey because when you do that, you're extremely readable for a defense.
You're letting the puck dictate your shot instead of you dictating where to shoot from.
Exactly. Oh, nice little reactive left wall bank there from Josiah to go up 3-2. He was on that there. Little 1-2 attempt by Emil, but well defended by Josiah. Oh, unforced error there, yeah. Josiah there scored on himself. Self-scores are not good to do. Got to get that out of your system. Shake it off and keep attacking.
Nice little double pump right there.
So Connor, you played with your brother probably more than anybody. Do you see any similarities between Josiah and Connor and Colin? I think Connor's studying his brother's game right now. He's probably focused on that. Oh, man, vicious shot there, yeah. Going up 4-3 now. This is getting intense. Oh, what a shot right wall over to go up 5-3. Emil is 2 points away from winning this match.
And Nixon is asking, how long have you guys been doing the streaming? I guess he's asking about Idaho air hockey streaming, and how long have it been in existence?
Yep.
For a year.
Yep, 5-4 now. So yeah, Idaho Air Hockey's been streaming for a year, solidly. I know that they've done some things probably a little bit longer than a year ago, but I mean, I'd say very consistently over the last year. But there have been, oh man, that one kind of flubbed in there to give match point to Emil. So match point 4. Oh man, that one got away from Josiah. Hit that a little tough there, a little hard. All right, let's see if he can play some good defense here and get himself back into this match. Good shot there by Emil, well defended by Josiah. Ooh, unforced error by Emil now. Gets him 1 point closer. Those nerves might be kicking in. Let's see.
Let's see if that defense.
Yeah, nice job. Beautiful shot. Now match point, game point. We'll see if Emil calls a timeout here or he's going to play. Goes for a right wall bank. Josiah was there. See if he goes back to that right wall or the cut straight. Went for the cross.
Possession.
Josiah got a little piece of that bad boy. Good job by Josiah.
If he sets it up, and what shot he's going to shoot. I'm predicting a strong wall. He's going to shoot a strong wall under.
There it is. You good prediction. 7-6 Josiah to push it to a game 7. We love game 7s. What a shot. He was in disbelief after he hit that shot. So well executed. Excellent. Good job. Wow.
Wow. Excellent. A nice setup, too. That quick off goal got him over just enough. And then, boom, strong wall under for the win.
Yes. Shots like that from lefties should be illegal. But, I have that love-hate relationship with them. Some of our best lefties of all time. Vince Laceta. Yeah, he's a freaking beast. He's the bus. Love that man to death. And you're talking about somebody great to learn from. He's definitely one of those guys. So you guys can definitely see him at the World Championships here in August. And then, of course, we have Anthony Marino. But I'd be remiss not to say, one of our greatest lefties of all time.
Mark Robbins.
Two-time world champion Mark Robbins. There's some other ones too. Vince Chappelle, who was actually a right-handed player until an injury, and ended up having to become a lefty out of necessity, and became a top player, a master level player. But Mark Robbins with those 2 world championships back in the 80s, powerful player, and awesome to watch, and definitely a huge part of our sport. Can't mention those guys' names enough in all reality.
Absolutely. Fun little tidbits. I started off as a left-handed player.
Is that right?
I'm left-handed actually in art and all the stuff I do.
The
only thing I play right-handed is air hockey now. I switched when I was young because I realized the wear and tear it could do on you. So I wanted a long career in both art and air hockey.
Yeah, see, I'm glad you recognize that. I didn't. I just let the wear and tear happen, and now I'm where I'm at. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you're in for a treat. This is Game 7. You got Josiah on the left, Emil on the right. This is number 3 and number 7 out of Idaho. And these guys are ready to start Game 7. The winner will advance in this tournament right here. One game to take it all.
Emil wins the face-off.
There we go. Best 2 of 3. Nice, powerful left wall bank to get behind Emil. Emil should not have charged.
1-0.
Again, I like the pace.
Yeah,
and
his eyes a little more confidence, I think.
Yep. Oh, unforced error from Emil. And that's
0.
exactly what I'm talking about with the pace. If he can get Emil to want to play faster, that's where he's going to make more mistakes. That was a nice cross straight by Emil. Good answer. Now 2-1. So we'll see if Emil can continue to slow it down, because that's really the pace he needs to be at. Nice cut
Nice little
straight.
cut straight.
Now 2-2.
Unforced error, lost possession.
Yep, we'll see if
Yanked it back.
Josiah can take advantage. Nice left wall over. Beautifully hit. Yeah, it was over. It went under his mouth. He wasn't ready for that at all. Yeah. 4-3 now for Josiah. Pivotal game 7. First one of 7 wins. Now 4-4. Good hustle point there from Emil. Nice left wall bank. Again, getting behind the defense of Emil. Josiah's got to remain on the attack here. Got to keep Emil kind of on the ropes defensively. Make him a little more uncomfortable. Another unforced error there. Might end up being the difference in this match. Nice hard right wall bank. 5-5. Good get by Emil. Setting it up. See if he kind of goes back to that right or left of center attack. And he got a 1-2 that went in. Match point 5. Oh, my goodness. Josiah's got to take care of that puck. Oh, my goodness.
That was barely out.
Yep, we'll see if Emil. Oh, he lost it. So, again, both guys making a few mental errors here. All right. Another awesome left wall or right wall under. It was a great block. Oh man, nice shot. Now match point or set point either way. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was a big mistake by Emil there. He kind of pulled it out and went for a massive forehand, something he has not done the entire set. And had that worked, we'd look at it saying it's brilliant. But unfortunately for him, it did not. So he ends up giving possession over to Josiah. Let's see if he can take advantage. Went back to the cut straight. Maintains possession. Cut straight. 7-6 for Josiah. Beautifully done. Powerful shot, man, from the young lefty. Wow. That was freaking awesome. He barely moved. I mean, Mill wasn't too bad out of place, but he just wasn't in the correct place. But he didn't flinch really hard or anything like that. He just wasn't set up initially because of where that puck started off.
Yeah.
But wow, what a match by both these young men. Excellent, excellent. Yes, so we finally got that 6-6, 7-game set that we love to talk about. And as you see, everybody, the level of intensity goes up quite a bit. The little errors that you might make always end up being, I guess, magnified when you're in that kind of situation, and just puts the pressure on each player so much more.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to tune in on more action on Monday nights at 6 p.m. Mountain Time for more amazing air hockey right here on this channel.
All right. It looks like now we're being joined by our winner of that match there, Mr. Josiah. Josiah.
Hello.
You look like you're a foot taller than last time I talked to you, man. How are you doing?
Good. Such a close game.
That was an awesome
6-6,
match.
7th game?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's what it's all about right there. Yeah.
So,
who rises to the top and who folds, man. Both y'all came through really good.
I mean, I got to represent Idaho, so.
There you go.
Excellent.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, so congrats, first and foremost. Definitely stay hydrated there. But look, great match. I love the pace you played, in those last couple games. You picked the pace up. I think that was probably the difference, because you picking the pace up just enough forced Emil to make a few more errors, and that was really the difference right there, because he played great. I thought he played amazing. What are your thoughts?
Emil controlled the pace early on, definitely, and then changing that up.
I feel like I'm getting more warmed up as we play. Like I do way better as we play more. Like enough games. Like I think it takes like 5 games or like 6 games to get fully like warmed up and like playing at like my level that I normally play at. But like after like a while, like 3
Right.
or,
Gotcha.
like,
So
like 3 matches probably I get like a little bit tired out, but just a little bit of break in between. But yeah. Hello,
so
Emil.
you feel
sorry,
like
sorry, I'm late.
it's
I
kind
keep
of like
forgetting.
a
Keep forgetting.
maybe
that
a
these things
comfort
happen.
level type thing for you then.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
would say-
like you get a little more comfortable. You feel you can play faster and kind of just let loose a little bit offensively. Is that kind of what I'm hearing? Is that correct?
Yeah, except for like, it's not like my shots just aren't aimed correct. My defense isn't like right where I want it to be until like 5 games later. But then it's like where I want it to be and where I want to aim my shots, it actually goes there. And then like eventually it stops doing that eventually after like the 3 matches.
Right. So I guess for your progression, like you're going to want to try to figure out that enigma where the second you get on the table, you're playing at your peak level.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's just
so
like playing like multiple games before I hop on the table and play a match. But I
sure.
feel like this next set, or maybe next 2 sets, might be extremely close between us two. Do you have any questions for Emil?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. So Emil, by the way, I was super impressed watching you play. I think that's the first time I've gotten to watch you play.
Same here.
And man, you played Josiah extremely well. You controlled the pace early on in the match. I think he kind of sped it up a little bit and forced you to speed up when you shouldn't have, just a little bit. And that caused a few more unforced errors, which gave Josiah a few more possessions. Maybe you were a little off the mark just a little bit on your shots, so you lost a little bit of shot accuracy. So for you going forward, you got to just say, you know what? No. I'm not going to fall for that trick. I'm not going to speed things up. I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing at the beginning, and I'm going to control the pace, right? Because when you controlled the pace, you were doing so much better offensively and putting more pressure on him defensively. And when you're putting more pressure on him defensively, he's not as accurate on his offense. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there.
Yes, absolutely, and that was definitely iron sharpening iron on both ends. One fast place player, one slow place player, and this is the way y'all keep on improving and moving up the ranks, guys. Excellent play.
And thanks for joining us, you guys. I know you guys busy schedules, so appreciate your feedback because you guys are at the top champs. So it's always good to hear from you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
I like how both of y'all are setting up the puck, gathering, going into your drifts, and doing what you're supposed to be doing, man. So excellent. And then every once in a while you throw in a quick shot, just to keep them honest. And so keep doing that, and change your cadence, change, and keep gathering, set up your shot each time. So excellent job on both ends.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we could start hopping into the next game in like 3 minutes, probably. Well, back to you, whoever the commentators are.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Connor, are you still with? Actually, hold on one sec, Josiah.
Oh,
I think Connor. I'm not sure if we lost his mic, but he was going to really talk to you about really. Are you still there, Connor? Oh, okay. But he was really going to talk to you about implementing that cross straight a lot more.
Yes.
And that's something that with time. You'll develop the patience to hit that cross straight more often.
Yeah.
The cut straight's a beautiful shot, and you'll see guys like Connor and his brother Colin and many other players hit that kind of at will. But the reason that works more so than anything else is because they have ridiculous cross straights. And if you have that complementary shot, it's going to make you that much more deadly on offense. And you have this real natural ability to, play with a lot of pace and still be accuracy. You just have a natural flow. So we love that. But you want to start implementing that cross straight a little more. And the other thing too, I would say for you and your development, defensively, it looks like you're standing really flat-footed. So you want to kind of be on the balls of your feet a little bit and be able to go forward or backwards, like on a whim's notice, right? So you want to be able to react and go out and get pucks really quick. You know, what makes Colin so dominant and most of the top players in the sport are their ability to vacuum pucks up, loose possessions, right? I make a shot, it's a fast shot, it's bouncing back and forth. Well, I prevent that puck from going to my opponent by catching that puck and setting it all up again. And to consistently do that, because as the great Jesse Dowdy, who's also an 11-time world champion, once told me, you know, the more possessions you have, the greater chance you have to score. So, you know, you have to understand that. You have to think possessions, no different than any other sport out there. You know, you talk about basketball. That's why they sit there and they talk about defensive rebounds, right, or offensive rebounds, right? You build up possessions by doing that because, you know what, we're not going to hit every single shot. You know, even Steph Curry's not going to shoot 100%, right? It seemed like he did against the Rockets last week, but he didn't. So anyways, but hey, guys, thank y'all so much. Awesome job. We really appreciate the effort on the table. And look forward to many, many awesome matches from both you gentlemen.
Good job, Emil.
Nixon
Good job.
in chat said, has Josiah played in the Worlds Tournament? Actually, both me and Emil have both played in the Worlds Tournament, and we did play each other in the tournament.
Last year,
and he did beat me.
And I wanted, like, I asked for this. I was like, I have to play Josiah
It's
while
such
I'm
a good
up here.
game.
Because I'm like, I have to give him a rematch. I won at Worlds, and we both improved, but I even told him before like this match, I was like, you definitely like exponentially grown faster than I have. So let's see how this is going to be. I expect this to be just a battle.
Yeah. Because like if you were right here, or you were right here and I was right here, and we've both grown, but we've grown like this. Now we're like at the same point.
Exactly. So very exciting. I mean, I love being on this table and I love competing. This is I live for this stuff. Like this moment. Like,
I love it.
You know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's what makes the sport so great. It's still pure. It's like family.
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone gets to know each other, and that's amazing.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Hey, once again, congratulations, both you players, for doing what y'all just did on the table. Y'all keep it up, and I look forward to hopefully commentating both you gentlemen here in August at Lake Conroe, Margaritaville for the World Championships.
We'll be there.
Yep.
Sweet.
I got my tickets on it.
Yeah, I got my tickets also. I just need to order plane tickets.
That's right. And we look forward to seeing you guys in person. We always, love being out there in Texas. So
it's
awesome.
So hot.
Yeah, we love having you guys. So definitely looking forward to it.
Well, we should
talk
about
North Carolina State Championship coming up in June 20th, around that time frame.
Yeah.
So
I'll be there too.
Man.
Yep. Excellent.
I tell you,
I heard Chicago's having one too.
Tournament.
In October.
Very competitive, great atmosphere. If anybody out there is interested and they're in the North Carolina area, make that tournament. Yes. You will be hooked for life. So I apologize for adding passion that you never knew you had in you. But you will be stuck with this the rest of your life if that happens. So awesome job, guys, again. And, just you guys keep up the development, and before you know it, you'll be wiping the table with the likes of Connor and Colin and all those guys that call themselves masters, So,
absolutely. So we have next match coming right up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So this is a best of three match that we have with these two gentlemen. So that's what makes this even more exciting. They just finished their first set, and it was match point either way, and now they got to do it all over again. So we're going to see where we're at.
North Carolina State Tournament, June 20th through 22nd. That's at Maywood Hall and Garden in Raleigh, North Carolina. So you have entry fees of there's different tiers of 30, 60, and 90, depending on your ranking level. And so all is welcome. So come on out, check out the tournament site, and join us.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great event. Again, like I said, all those guys over there. And Seth is here from North Carolina to represent. And I promise you he's going to represent well. And it's hard to believe he is ranked number 8 in North Carolina. That's how good that state is.
Developing, yeah.
Yeah, man. Those guys are just rocking it. And, I think of this last showdown and watching Roth and Ray and, of course, Joey, and golly, man. Some about North Carolina and just having the ability to play at a really good level offensively and very smooth. And the scary part is they're starting to figure defense out. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely love that.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Again, what they're doing there, if you're wondering, that's actually Nathan Bust there. He's cleaning the table. What we clean the table with is alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. Don't use anything else.
70% or higher.
There you go. It needs to be the good volatile stuff.
Yep. If you don't have a buzz after you're done, then you're not using strong enough.
Amen.
You got to keep the table clean. And don't clean the striking areas of the rails. So
leave the rails dirty.
Yeah, you want to let it gum up just a little bit on the rails itself, where the puck strikes. That keeps the puck from vibrations in the puck and gives more stability and less pop-offs. Pro tip.
All right. So if you're just joining us, this is the second set. This is a best of 3 sets. This is the second set. Josiah won the first set where it was match point either way. And these guys are starting all over and doing it again. So we'll see if Emil can kind of control the pace, or if Josiah really, has that heat check right here. And he's firing right away. So starts off with that really strong cut straight from a lefty, hard to read. 1-0 now for Josiah.
Yep. And he really shoots that pretty close to center. He shoots that cut straight. It almost looks like a cut cross, and just sort of pulls you over as he drifts that puck. Little flub.
Absolutely. So here we go. Again, cut straights from Emil. Looks like he's maybe trying to set up a cross straight. Now, I actually hit a nice, hard right wall over that actually went under the defense.
Yeah.
Good hustle there to maintain possession. Oh, another beautiful right wall over. Now to tie it 2-2.
Yeah.
Followed by a left wall under by Josiah to stop the hemorrhaging there. Now up 3-2. Nope. Josiah's actually drifting a little slower than what he ended up with the previous set. Again, maybe he just needs that first game or two to get that feel for it again.
Yep.
So to the commentators, I'm going to read here. He said, world rankings. Is there anybody from outside the USA in the top rankings, or is it predominantly Americans? So the answer to that is not currently, but we have had several players from around the world.
Actually,
most notably,
Daddy, you got to remember we have an Austrian player that is now a transplant. All right. Don't we? What's his name is from Austria? Not D'Angelo. Geez. Thought we had yeah.
Has he made top 10 yet, though, or no?
Oh, top 10.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like the top echelons of the sport. I think that's what he's asking. So I mean, if we're looking at top echelons, I mean, I think currently no, but I would say one of the issues, Vadim from Russia, who's actually been one of the few players to beat Colin Cummings, our world champion. He actually did take Colin out. I think this was 2018, 17, something around those lines. Unfortunately, has not been able to make it back to a Worlds. I'm not sure if he's, if everything's going okay with him, obviously with, the war with Ukraine and Russia. So we're not really sure his status. However, he's a top player that we kind of lost a little touch with, and he easily could be top 10, I believe. But we've had guys, like Jose Mora from Venezuela. He's a 3-time world champion, and Jose actually last year played Colin Cummings and actually split sets with him. That was another 6-6 right there. Emil took that game. He hit a cross straight's what it looks like there. So again, left of center, and again pulled Josiah's defense a little too far to the right, and it looks like Josiah lost his discipline just enough, and Emil takes that first game. So now 1-0 Emil.
There you go.
Yep. So we have had top players from around the world. And I'll tell you this: the answer is not enough of them. We need more. And I think there's lot of it is
in Italy and
we have players.
Caracas, Venezuela, still. You got Pedro Toro. You got
Pedro Toro as well. I'd be remiss not to mention him. He is a dominant force. He has made multiple finals. He hasn't quite won the big one, but what an amazing player he is, and great guy. But we have several, like I said, several great players from around the world, but it's just a little more difficult for them to travel, whether it's a visa issues or just whatever it may be. But the answer to that is not enough. We want more. We want this sport to definitely grow, and we want 50 players from Australia. We want 50 players from the UK. We want 50 players from France. We want 100 players from Japan. It doesn't matter. We just want them, right? And we don't care where they're from. We just want the competition. We want everyone to share in what this actually, is. And it's a sport that provides a competitive, positive atmosphere. You just saw what Josiah did right there. He committed a foul. He called it on himself and gave up possession. He doesn't have to do that. It's up to the referee to catch that. But again, it's showing the kind of character that our players have in this sport, and we take a lot of pride in that. We love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so it looks like we are at 2-2. Emil with the puck made a right wall bank attempt. Josiah was there. Good defense, good discipline there on the straight attempt from Emil. Unforced error there. Josiah gets that possession. So again, that one was a little rushed there. So, you got to, again, not let that drift dictate your shot. Nice cut straight from Emil. Now 3-2. Unforced error there. So Emil does kind of do that forehand left fall over. Very high level of difficulty shot, but it hasn't worked yet once on Josiah. He's all over that. But, to say go away from something like that, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's enough that's keeping him off balance. That's an error there defensively from Josiah. He needs to make sure he's back. There's two in a row there, way out of position defensively. And just gives Emil two easy scores. Now he's up 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So some of this here, I mean, it could be the fact that, Josiah's feeling a little confident after winning that first set. And, but you got to remember, I mean, he won it barely. Where Emil, man, nice shot there. Came right back with a hard right wall under, got behind the defense. So it's now 6-2. You notice how, Emil's playing defense. I mean,
look at his body language.
Yes, look at his body language. He's ready to move back and
balls with his feet. Oh.
Yep, unforced error there.
Unforced error there, but you could tell that he is bringing the intensity and working it.
Yep, and now he's up to a 2-0 lead after that hard right wall under. Look how it gets behind the defense of Josiah. Again, Josiah, a little flat-footed there. It looks like he's wearing some flip-flops. Probably not the best thing to wear. When you're trying to, people don't realize this. You have to move your whole body because your arm is an extension of your body. And if you're moving your body at the same time you're moving your arm, you're a fraction of a second quicker in getting to where you need to be. But if you're only moving your arm, you're not going to be as quick as you should be. Again, you have to use every ounce of advantage that you can at the highest levels of the sport.
Yeah.
All right. Josiah won that possession, but good defense there by Emil. That puck will be Emil's puck. All right. We'll see if Emil can kind of continue this. I mean, he's been very impressive this set so far. Nice little
stuff.
Yeah, little stuff. And I guess some would say eat it right after making a stuff like that. Yeah, and not that, nice little left wall under there by Josiah. Not that we're going to say, hey, yeah, you should do more of that, because you really shouldn't. But it is good to charge every now and then to keep an offense off balance.
Yeah. And notice that he hasn't shot that straight since.
Yeah.
Okay, there he is.
Right.
Off goal. He's just testing it.
Yep. So again, just kind of making him think. And when somebody charges me, typically I'm just hitting more. I'm double down on the straights after that, just to say, come on and do that again for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, beautiful right wall over by Emil. He has that shot down really well.
Nice get.
Yeah. Good block there. Yeah, I'm definitely liking this pace for Emil's benefit. Nice cut straight. Again, goes right past the defense for Josiah, and he's just back too far. You see how he's already pulling back?
Yeah.
He's got to correct that. So Ruth is telling us that she's telling his son to wear those tennis shoes, but he hates them. So, well, Ruth, you can play back the video and let him hear it from us.
Yeah.
I'll be the first to say that tennis shoes are definitely a benefit.
Nice cross straight.
Yeah, beautiful cross straight by Emil.
Yep. Nice.
Followed by, hard left wall under.
Like how he just grabs it and brings it back and gathers.
That's it. Yeah, that one got away from him just enough.
Off the rail.
Yep, that's the right call there. It's Emil's puck.
Like a play.
And again, setting it up. A little different there. That was, from the right quadrant. Nothing wrong with changing it up just a little bit. But again, you just have to make sure that you have multiple shots, from that position. Good defense there by Josiah. He didn't pull back. There we go. Nice little, looks like a kind of a cross straight that almost looked like a cut release.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sure was.
That cross cut. I love that. So it's a very deceptive shot. Very difficult to hit. I mean, it looks like a cut. If somebody's reading releases, that's one of the shots you use against them. And they'll move out of the way every time if you show them cut, but it goes cross.
Mm-hmm.
Nice block there by Josiah. Ooh, and followed by a good hard left wall bank. 5-3 now. This is an important game for Josiah, I believe it. I really think he needs this game.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm loving the pace that Emil is playing with. He's playing with good discipline offensively. Right when I say that, the commentator jinx, man, I tell you.
And he wrecks it. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, another strong left wall.
And Josiah with the 3-6 lead.
Yeah, game point 3. There you go. So, so the advantage of maybe playing a little bit slower pace, for Josiah might be for him to kind of relax and actually focus on defense a little more. It seems like he actually is playing better defense this set, even though he's down two games to 0 here. The longer this goes, and if he keeps playing better and better defense, he's going to be in good shape. All right, so it looks like they gave that puck over to Emil.
Yeah.
Hard to say what took place there.
So the puck wobbled and hit the side of his hand. So.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, and obviously the referee's got a much better view than we do, and I'm glad they made the right call there.
Great.
Yep, beautiful cross by Emil. Oh,
and
followed by
there you go.
Cut
Close it out.
Yep. All right. So Danielle, I just read this here. She said being short is such a disadvantage for an air hockey player. Just saying. Well, yes and no. So some of the best air hockey players that have ever played have been pretty dang short. Mark Robbins, not the tallest of guys. He's probably like 5'6", 5'7". He might get mad if he hears me say it, and I was wrong. But he's a lefty. He's not a very tall guy, but he's won 2 world championships. Ehab Shukri, also not a tall guy. And he probably was in the finals 7 times, I think, something along those times.
Yeah, something along the lines of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
one of the best defenses ever.
In my opinion, the best defense of all time. Golly, he was hard to score on, and so when you're short, you sometimes it gives you a better angle to see, those angles, and
your sweep zone, your power zone is actually coming from a little bit further back than a lot of the taller players, which is unorthodox. Seeing it come at you defensively as a taller player.
Right. So it actually can be an advantage. So just like anything in life, right? You want to take whatever disadvantage you may perceive to have and turn it into an advantage.
Yes.
It's a great lesson what we teach really all of our youth. We can't control how tall we're going to be. We can't control a lot of things in life, but the one thing we can control is how we perceive it and how we react to it, And
yes.
Defense. That's it. That was nice. Yeah, beautiful. Looks like Josiah is kind of catching on fire a little bit. Did not like that. A little too much speed there from the mill. That was better.
Yeah.
Taking his time. Yep.
Trying to change the cadence of his release.
Nice. That's a beautiful right wall under. Got behind the defense there of Josiah. Yeah, when I see the pump fakes there from from Emil. I love seeing that. Makes me think of Dan Meyer, out of Chicago, who has some of the best pump fakes. Also reminds me of the great Jesse Dowdy, who had a ridiculous pump fake. Again, the former 11-time world champion, probably our first mega champion of all time. And then I'd be crazy not to mention Joey Liss right now out of North Carolina. Man, that kid there, his offense is just sick and wicked and beautiful to watch, and he loves hitting those pump fakes. Oh man, blistering fast left wall over, commanding 6-3 lead by Josiah. It's like he's woken up a little bit here. 6-4 now. You can see that the intensity's picked up just a little bit with him. Unforced error there, letting Emil back into this game. Let's see if he can put it into it, or if Emil can take advantage. Ooh, almost flubbed in, but good block there by Josiah. Got to take advantage of that opportunity there on that last possession, though.
Yep.
Oh, you got by him there. It's now game point either way. This is a huge point. Emil calls timeout. This is the difference between being up 3-1 or being tied 2 apiece. I like the fact that Josiah looks like he's loose, feels like he can hit whatever, which you have to have that mindset. But I think for this right here, I think he needs to set up a good, hard cross straight. We'll see what he does.
I think he's going to go off goal.
Oh, no. Yeah, he rushed it there.
Yep. And then he'll score with an under.
Oh my goodness, a good little hustle point there. You got to hand it to him. He's got a lot of quickness. He's got a lot of speed. He took advantage of that. The last second there, got under the defense there of Emil. Emil was not ready defensively. You saw he was still leaning forward at that moment instead of already having his body at a more of a straight up, where he put his balance more centered. Had he done that, he would have had a much better chance of blocking that transition shot there, but he was not ready for it. So we are tied 2-2. So again, we are back to best of 3 for this set. No different than the last set, where Josiah came back and won that set in the last point of that first set. Match point or game point, either way, rather. And it looks like we are headed to the same result here.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of fun. That
was pretty intense.
Yeah, no doubt. So, again, everybody joining us, thank you so much. You're watching some of the best air hockey, Idaho, out of the state of Idaho. These guys are in a studio near Boise. You're currently watching the number 3 and number 7 players in Idaho battle it out. The number 7 player, Emil, won the first set. This is the best of 3 sets. Emil won I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Josiah won that first set. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was set point either way, and Josiah won that set. So he is up 1-0. They are now tied in the second set, 2 games apiece. So they are trending the same direction as this last set. If Josiah can continue and pull out this set, he will win the match. If Emil can win 2 out of the next 3 games, then Emil will push a third and final set.
And if Emil doesn't win, looks like Sean Fitz loses his rent money, and there's a lot of he's going to have to pick up an extra job because he has his rent money betting on Emil winning this game.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. Who's he betting for though for that rent money?
He's betting for this. He says, "Emil, I got my rent money on this game."
Okay. So he's betting for Emil. So unless Emil has space in his house for
Yep. You're gonna have a couch buddy here in a little bit.
Sean. Yeah.
If you don't need something, it says Emil all day. Thank you, Sean Fitz.
All right. Awesome. We love that support, guys. All right. Here we go. They're facing off again. This is game 5.
Go.
Best of 7.
Yay! Go! Josiah from It's Tunes.
All right. I think they may be going to reface off. It looks like Josiah was a little over the line there, but that puck started drifting to the side for Emil, which really sometimes that happens. But it's usually when the referee doesn't get a good, kind of catches that device there to face them off a little bit. There, that was a much better face off there. All right. Nice reaction there from Emil now. So beautifully hit. Yeah, right wall over.
A little stuff right there, just like last time. Didn't score this time.
Yep. There's that kind of a lefty cross. Yeah, Charlie's sharing the workings of an air hockey table, but to give everybody another little fun fact, air hockey was actually invented by some engineers working out of NASA. They were working on developing equipment for space, and to use a simulator, they wanted a frictionless surface. So this is how they invented air hockey, and they started playing it just naturally with, I believe, some erasers.
Yes,
and the next thing you know, they actually, somebody got the idea, man, this should be a game, and so somebody made a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's how the best things get invented, I believe. I think, was it Bob Lemieux? Is that one of the engineers that gets credit?
Yeah, that's correct. I think so. Yeah. I remember the speech he gave that one year. Came out talking about it.
Texas State, I believe. Yeah, I unfortunately I think I missed that one. The birth of one of my daughters, I think, was around that time, I believe. So
you're excused this time, Danny.
Yeah, there are certain things in life that take priority over all else.
Yes, sir. So, I understand. I have 4 daughters of my own.
Oh, I know you do.
Yeah.
Oh, a little unforced error there. Letting Josiah back in, and after a really good strong start by Emil here, he's still up 4-2, but Josiah up again, has the puck. We'll see if he can take advantage.
Well, off goal, cut straight, and then.
Oh man, look at that! Good
over.
Reaction there. Yeah, another over. Emil hits that very well.
And finally scores the forehand.
Yep, I mentioned that forehand left wall over earlier. Oh my gosh, look at that! That was like 4 or 5 unanswered scores there for Emil to go up now 3-2. That game 5 was very decisive. Josiah's really got to kind of unleash that fury that he showed later in the set when his back was against the wall in that first set. So we'll see, if the same thing happens here. All right. Yes. So there's probably some truth to that about NASA using billions to set up to invent air hockey.
NASA's using billions to invent air hockey.
Yeah.
Yep.
But hey, I mean, there's some good that came out of it, right?
Yes, absolutely. They developed the best sport in the world.
That's right. All right. Emil with the puck. This could potentially be a set game for Emil. He has to win this set to push this to a third and final set.
And I guess that guy won his bet. He's no longer going to be living on the couch. So, yeah. Good investment for that one game.
Yep. Beautiful cross straight there by Emil. Again, playing with the right pace.
And back at you.
Great answer. Yeah, good answer there by Josiah. Again, he's got such a smooth release, and it just seems effortless. He's just got to figure more of that out, like right there, to get that consistency, and where he can start a match, with that type of accuracy, with that type of flow. Nice right wall over. Emil hits that very, very well. Now follows by a right wall under. Man, that's good, high quality, and goes right back to it. I believe Josiah looks, well, no, he just took a step back. Smart move. Could not have rushed that, though. Again, don't rush the shot. You can rush the pace, but not the shot. Another right wall over. Man.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing he's not able to have an answer for on defense.
Oh, my gosh. Another
keep pulling back.
Right wall.
He just needs to stay.
Yep.
On defense. Stay disciplined.
Yep. Easier said than done, but it can be done.
Yeah, Nixon, I think I'd wait to purchase a air hockey table from the U-Wings right now, especially with tariffs and everything going on. Just be patient, and things will change.
I don't know. I think. Okay, so that set won by Emil. Went for a. I guess Josiah missed that. Went right back to the left wall over. Yeah, very well hit.
5 overs that one game.
Yeah, that was very impressive by Emil. So he won that set 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to set 3. Doug, what do we tell these guys?
Block the over.
Yeah, so for Josiah, I mean, well, we'll wait till they get on here. So, yeah, awesome thing. Alexander Jones, he wants to know if he can play. Heck yeah, you can, Alexander. Anybody can, and everybody can. So, that's the beauty of this sport. So if you're too far, or you feel like you're too far from where the action's happening, go to your local arcade. Go, if you don't have a bunch of players in your area, reach out to the community. Look at centerline.com or look that up on YouTube, Centerline. You can look up, the
air hockey center line.
Yep. Yeah. You got Idaho air hockey, you got North Carolina air hockey. Reach out to all the communities, Chicago. These guys will help you build a player base. But yeah, get air hockey going where you are if you can't make it to it. All right, here we go, guys. Emil, super impressive that set. You kept Josiah from getting in his beast mode a little bit there. I saw signs of it, but you did a much better job of controlling that pace, and I think it paid dividends. What are you thinking?
I agree, and mainly, like, I'm playing with these guys to learn more from every single game I play. So any feedback, anything that you can give me, I take. So when you told me I got to slow down the pace and control it, I'm going to try. I'm not saying I'm going to be perfect at it because, again, we're all still getting better, but I'm trying and just keep the puck away from Josiah because, man, these unders are so fast.
Let me ask you real quick. Yeah, he's got mad skills. There's no question. He doesn't even know how good he is yet. That's the scary part.
I do.
So, so my question, Emil, to you: how long have you been playing?
A year and 4 months.
Year and 4 months. So, man, you're at a way higher level than I was a year and 4 months going into it. So, you're playing great, playing very smart air hockey. But when I say don't get overconfident, don't get cocky about it, right?
100%.
Build on it, right?
Yes.
So keep doing what you're doing. I love the overs. You're hitting them at the right time. You're not overusing them. That last game, it seemed like every one of them was going in. And if that's the case, then you can overuse them all you want because that's what happens. They score, right?
Yeah.
So but you're mixing in the unders at the same time, but you're staying true to the straights. So I can't say much more outside of, keep doing what you're doing, keep controlling the pace, and it's now going to be, incumbent on Josiah to try to figure out what he needs to do to overcome what you're doing, right? And Josiah, it starts and it ends with defense, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely agree.
yeah, you've got to take away what he's doing and just be patient and just relax. You're as quick as anybody in the sport, and you don't even realize it. But a lot of it has to do with your balance. If you maintain good, strong balance defensively, and the second that you make a shot, you're thinking, you know what, he's going to hit me with a 1-2. He's going to hit me he's going to charge me. I'm already ready to play defense. So I'm moving my body back, and I'm ready to come out, and I'm ready to go back, whatever it takes. The second that I make an offensive shot, I'm already thinking that way, right? Yeah. So it's another level of intensity to get to. And then when you kind of realize that, you become, this locked in beast mode that everybody sees that potential and everybody knows you're capable of, right? So that's my challenge to you is, you know what? I'm going to be like ultra focused on that puck. I'm going to be ready. The second that it leaves my mallet, I'm going to be ready for him to do whatever he wants, but he's not going to get me on these 1-2s. He's not going to get me on an over the mallet shot. I'm going to force the issue with him, and I'm going to play with pace, but I'm not going to rush shots. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
So Josiah, my 2 cents in there would be to, you're definitely moving too much with your defense, and so it is small adjustments. Stay out for the straight, and when he shoots the bank, you don't have to move that much. Force him to show that he can hit the under consistently. And then you'll be blocking his over and his straight just by barely moving.
Yeah, absolutely,
so
guys.
Let's go ahead and go for the third set. Keep it keep it clean, guys, and let's have a beautiful game.
Yeah, we'll see you.
All right, awesome. Okay, so again, if you're just joining us, these two guys have been battling it out the last 2 sets here. Josiah won the first set in epic fashion at set point either way, 6-6 in the 7th game. Emil just played masterfully in that second set and actually took the last 2 games very dominantly and won 4-2 in that last set. So here we are, set number 3. We've got Nathan there, who's the mastermind of all this here. He's cleaning the table. He's also the current number 1 player out of Idaho, followed pretty doggone close by quite a few competitors. Spec, I know he's one of them for sure. Can't wait to see Spec play. Are we seeing Spec play tonight?
No, we have not.
Well, no, I know we haven't, but are we going to see Spec play? That's what I want to know.
Oh, yeah. No, not tonight. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, guess what that means? That means we all need to tune in tomorrow and Sunday and Monday. I think they got a full weekend and a full week of matches to come. But definitely want to see how Spec has developed in his game. I know what Nathan brings. Nathan's going to play fast and furious. But this is going to be a lot of fun right here. So the Alexander here says the number 1. He's questioning if the number 1 player does. If they come out of China for this sport. No, we're waiting for a true challenger from China. They are more than welcome to bring it. And we would love that challenge from the entire Chinese empire. I know they have some amazing athletes, and would definitely look forward. I know our ladies and gentlemen of this sport would love that challenge. They would love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heck,
Yep.
I might come out of retirement for something like that. That'd be great. All right, here we go, guys. This is the third and final set. Best one, first one to 4. So it's best of 7. Each game is first 1 to 7. All right, face off there. Josiah ends up with possession. Starts off with a cut straight. Good defense there. Good discipline. He listened to you there, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, blocked
Yeah,
the over.
that was good. Blocked the over right off the bat. Good job.
Yep, cross straight was there, though. Good
Yep.
shot there by Emil, 1-0 now. Oh, it got banked under him now, 1-1.
Yep.
Again, let's see if Emil keeps that same
Yeah.
methodical
He
approach.
blocked the over again.
Yep, there it is. He heard the call.
Good. No, he's moving too much right there. There it is.
Yeah. Little
Fall back
frozen
to
there.
your same habits.
Yep, just missed it. It's not easy, this stuff.
Yeah,
it's
definitely not.
easier
It's not
said
easy.
than done. Yeah.
Yeah. If he comes up like 1 or 2 more inches on his defense, he'll shut that cross down.
Oh yeah.
Good block on straight.
Yep, banked under him now, 3-1. 3-2. Yep, right back at you.
Good block. Good block. Better.
Yes, and from what I do know, yes, China has some amazing ping pong players. This isn't ping pong though. This is air hockey. Again, they may have some guys in there that can easily do this. But again, we would love the challenge. We'd love competition.
Yes.
Period.
On wander.
Yep, 3-3. Ooh, cut straight.
Yep.
Yeah, very nice. Good get. Oh, almost.
Ooh.
Couldn't quite hold on to it. It looked like it might have been on the line. That was close.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
Left
another
wall under. Yeah. 4-4 now. Neither one of these guys can really take the commands yet.
Mm-hmm.
Both guys trading punches.
Yep.
Again, blocking the over the mallet shot.
I know Josiah. They both want this really bad.
Yep, that one went in though.
Yep, 5-4.
Doug, I'm gonna let you answer that one from Nixon there. He wants to know what kind of air hockey champion legend are you?
So I've been ranked as high as number 3 in the world. Been playing since '86. Yeah, and I've one of the few players actually. Myself and Wiseman was the only ones to take a game off of Colin in 2 tournaments ago, World Championships ago. Yeah, he was on a tear that tournament and almost walked through the whole thing without no one taking a game off of him.
Yes, he was. He was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to imagine you go, a whole weekend without losing a game.
Yeah. Think about that. Yeah, and
that one got away from Emil there. We'll see if Josiah could take advantage, but he didn't. Emil's holding on to that puck. Good release there. He really had Josiah guessing. Oh, beautiful. Well hit. And you notice the speed of that right wall over. It wasn't fast. It actually was really slow. That allows Josiah's defense, if you look here, it allows his defense to overreact.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Doug's talking about, is you don't have to pull back. You want it to force you to pull back.
Yeah. And so just that overreaction, if you just blocking out of his both zones, if he's pulling too far back to block the under, and definitely he wants to be able to chip both, to be able to interfere with both shots if he's going to pull back at all.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Emil takes game 1, so he maintains that momentum. Oh, man, that was a nice, very nice face-off there. Yeah, 1-0.
Thank
Right back to that. Yeah, nice. 2-0 now. Emil feels, I think he's got a good program going. Yep, nice cut straight by Josiah. No,
And
beautiful.
On wall. Under.
Yep, right back to the right wall. Setting that up, taking his time. Again, followed up by a cut straight.
He's
goodness.
firing on all cylinders, I think.
Yeah, he is. Super impressed with the Emil here, and his ability to control the pace. I mean, it's crazy, but it can make such a difference. It really can.
Yeah.
I do like what I saw from Josiah that last possession. I mean, kind of speeding up the drift, but don't rush it though. Don't rush it. Beautiful hard hit, right wall under. He really got Josiah kind of on the defensive at this point. Yeah, on the ropes. Good again, right wall under. It's nice, beautiful cross straight. Yeah, that's the one, man. Oh, followed by a cut straight. 2-0. Wow. Emil is playing a very, very strong air hockey right now.
Yes.
This is what we're talking about. So, from that same location, that same kind of release, he's been hitting banks or straights from that same kind of thing. So he's got Josiah not sure what's coming.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you are getting dictated to, and you're not doing the dictating. So, you're more of a victim on the table, and you've got to overcome that. You got to figure out how to overcome that. So it looks like Nathan's giving him some advice right now, talking about those cross straights, and the power straights, and how to take both away.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
And it's so hard to do that in the middle of a match.
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden you're focused on blocking those banks, and then your opponent sees, hey, this is what I'm working on. So your opponent's like, well, I'm just going to hit some hard banks and put a little delay on it and really confuse them. And it just takes practice. And, for anybody out there that kind of goes through this, and Josiah is very, very young and has a world of promise ahead of him. Once he goes through this and he figures this out, holy cow, he's going to be an absolute force on the table. Because you're not going to get this. Yeah, you're not going to get this as easily on him. So now you're going to have to contend with somebody who, is comfortable and kind of free wills his shots on offense and just shoots whatever he feels like, and then a really difficult, defense and to get by. So that ultimately is where Josiah will be. I have no doubts about that. But again, he's still learning. He's still very young. But golly, man, I am so going to be watching this young man's career as he progresses. I do think he may be, one of the better chances or the best chance Idaho's future is, in air hockey. I think most people would agree with that. Over the last, and Ruth, his mother, who does such a good job, and thank you, Ruth, for everything you do for Idaho. Nathan does nothing but speak wonderful things about you. She just confirmed to me he just turned 15 last month. So, man, 15,
he carries himself well, maturity. So to be able to handle this kind of pressure, so that's definitely a good character building right now, and he's always being positive. Despite losses or wins. So
that's it.
Good job.
And I couldn't even spell the word air hockey when I was his age, so he's doing great. So it's kind of questionable these days, to be quite honest. So, all right, here we go. We'll see if Josiah can kind of turn this around. Yep, strong shot there. Left wall under. So now it looks like Emil's kind of setting up center, maybe a little right of center. Let's see if he goes back left of center. That's where he's at now. Again, just doing his best to kind of throw things off. And you can see, in the defense there. So, if you're watching Josiah, he wants to do the right thing. You can tell. He sees it.
Yeah.
So
he's
the first
trying to
step.
make the adjustment.
Yep.
Good job.
Yeah, and it's hard to do that on the fly, especially in the middle of a match. All right, so kind of a right
Good
quadrant
over.
attack. Yep.
Block.
Great block. Yep, good shot, better block. Oh, nice little right wall under from the lefty.
Now up 2-0. Guess the score's not on.
Yep, we'll get that on there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right.
2-1.
A little answers there, kind of that cross straight.
3-1.
And, 3-1 now. Josiah.
3-2.
Yep, 3-2 now. And they'll probably, I'm not sure if Spec's the one controlling the scoreboard, but they got to flip the guys and flip the scores back. They got Emil's score on the wrong side. And
wrong side.
That's okay. No biggie. It is 3-2 Josiah. Josiah is on our left. Good get there. Way to hold on to it. Don't rush it, though. Emil did the same.
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. Again, Emil trying that kind of forehand left wall over. Oh, a little charge there. Wouldn't recommend it, but again, every now and then it's okay. And that was a nice little right or left wall.
4-2 Josiah.
There we go. So it's 4-2 Josiah.
Josiah needs to gather and reset back up.
Oh, nice
4-3.
right wall bank for Emil. Let's see if he keeps going back. Oh, good get there. Good block. Still rushing those shots just a little. That one got away from him. Emil answered right back with a very nice right wall over. A cut straight answer from Josiah. 5-4.
Josiah.
Ooh, nice power straight. Yep, 5-5. Now 6-5. Huge points right now.
Josiah.
See if he can D up here and hold off Emil so he can take this game and get himself back in this set and this match. Going back to the pump fakes that proved very effective for him last set. Oh, little,
sit.
yeah. Very nice. 7-5. So Josiah is back in this match there. Little double bank action there. Yep. So now 7-5. That makes it 2-1 in Emil's favor. All right. So again, if you're just joining us, thank you so much. This is air hockey. This is competitive air hockey. These are two of the top players out of the great state of Idaho. Josiah on our right and Emil on the left. These guys have been battling here for the last couple hours. Josiah won the first set. Each set is the best of 7 games. Each game is the first 1 to 7. And this match is the best of 3 sets. So this is the third set. First set was won by Josiah in epic fashion. He won at set point either way. So it was 6-6 in the 7th game. and he hit an epic shot to take that first set. Emil won the second set 4-2, so still very competitive. But Emil really ran away with that set in the last 2 games, and then he went up 2-0 in this final set. But Josiah pulled out that last game to now make it 2-1. So don't go to sleep on Josiah just yet. I think we got that. It's 2-1 in Emil's favor. I think we got it reversed on the scoreboard.
That is correct. They swapped colors.
Yeah, yep. They swapped colors. So
and they didn't swap games, which I'm thinking they're fixing it right now.
Yep.
There you go. 2-1. There we go. Thank you guys. Appreciate the people in the score booth and control center. Thank you.
Yep. Not so easy doing this stuff behind the scenes, as I've been part of it for a few years now, and I do a lot of work with Centerline and Tim Weissman, Andrew Flanagan, Ben Heyman, and countless others, to be quite honest. The family members of Andrew and with Nikki, and then of course Tim and his wife Sheila. Man, it takes an army to produce something like that. And
videography and photography, and full work.
And Nathan and Speck, they have sacrificed so much to, get Idaho where it is right now. And of course, man, I'd be remiss not to say again, North Carolina. I love that state, and they what they're doing there, and I know they got their state tournament here very soon. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of fun. Okay, so he's going to sand the puck. Yep. So a lot of you guys know. Sometimes sometimes you got to sand that puck, man. You knock the crap out of it.
Yeah, you get a little being on it.
Yep. All right, here we go, guys. 0-0 now. Ooh, beautiful shot to open up this game there. 1-0.
Oh.
Yep, little flub in now. 1-1. Yep, we will see here if Josiah can, kind of start catching on fire and really push his way back into this match 100% here. This is about that time where he really starts getting into his flow.
Yep. Liking the pace he's doing, too.
Yep.
Dude, this is what we're talking about. He quickened the pace, and he's not letting the puck dictate the shot. He's actually drifting the puck, and he's going a little bit faster and setting it up and shooting.
Yeah, the key is, how does Emil react to that? So right now, it looks like he's taking his time, bringing it back, making a good drift, and then making a good crisp shot off of that drift. So right now, both these guys, trying to fill each other out. Nice little cut straight there to get by the defense from Josiah. So now 2-1.
Yeah.
Ooh, hard right wall under by Emil. 2-2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A little showmanship there.
Yep. Like very, very similar kind of what Phil Arnold does. The great Phil Arnold.
Good snag.
Oh, man, nice shot. Yeah, that was almost like a power straight from the right side there.
Yeah.
Good follow right there from Josiah there, left wall under. Oh, there's that right wall over. Mills going back to it, very smart. Man, another flub in there.
4-4?
Now 4-4, yeah. Good block by Josiah. See if he can take advantage. He does with a little 1-2.
Yep.
Got under the defense there of Emil. Hard left wall under to go game point 4. Huge point here for Josiah.
Can he close the deal?
Oh, yep.
6-5.
Little interference there. Now 6-5, Josiah's favor. Mm.
One thing I'd advise Josiah in this situation would be go ahead and call the timeouts. You gain possession, get the puck, call the timeout, and come back, breathe, and then go in and execute a nice, clean shot to close the deal.
Yeah, no doubt. So timeouts are definitely a tool. Each player gets one. Oh, my goodness. Now, game point either way. Oh, gosh, great block there by Emil.
Josiah, I bet it's next going to be a bank.
Oh, good block by Josiah.
He gets the
Oh,
puck
my
back.
goodness. Another good block. Yep. Way to stay with it. Oh, he couldn't
He will bank for the deal.
Oh, no, that got away.
Oh, he got
good
it.
reaction there.
Good reaction.
Well done by the young man. 7-6, Josiah. Man, these critical points, man, have been the difference for him. 6-6, just a great reaction there. Emil was a little bit out of place there. He was not set defensively, and Josiah made him pay for it. It's now 2 games apiece. Wow, again.
Amazing.
We will see. Yeah, we'll see if Emil can do what he did the last set where he just took over, or we'll see if Josiah turns the tables and makes it look a little bit more like that first set, or maybe does what Emil did to him in the last set. We'll see.
Yep. Who can control the pace and maintain a high level of defense? Discipline.
That's it. Discipline on defense, controlling the pace, and minimizing any unforced errors at such critical times.
Yeah,
that's huge. When you're trying to play kind of a perfect game, man, those little unforced errors, even if it's one at the highest level, can be the difference in a game, which can be the difference in a match.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So these players will be returning to the table here very shortly. Again, if you're just joining us, guys, thank you so much. This is the American Air Hockey League. These guys are based in Idaho, just outside of Boise, Idaho, and they play out of a studio there. And man, Nathan Buss, you can reach out to these guys. Nathan Buss is kind of the mastermind behind this. He and Spec, and these guys, they do this on a weekly, maybe even daily basis. Their families are so understanding and allow this to take place and allow these guys to sacrifice so much time for the sport. So hats off to everyone involved. If you guys are interested in joining, look us all up. You can find on multiple platforms, websites, Idaho Air Hockey, you got North Carolina Air Hockey, you got Chicago Air Hockey, you got Houston Air Hockey, San Antonio Air Hockey.
Yep.
My boy here, Doug, San Antonio, representing the 210, baby.
210.
All right. And by the way, they have really, really good breakfast tacos there. All right, here we go. All right, 0-0. This is now the best of 3 to finish this match. The winner, the first one to win the next 2 games, will win this match.
Mm-hmm.
And
Off the
stay
table,
tuned with us.
that's Josiah's possession right there.
Yep.
So there was Emil. He was the offensive player, causing the puck to fly off the table. Josiah was on defense, therefore the puck goes to him.
There's a score there from Josiah to break the ice here. Oh, followed by a hard right one under by Emil. Jeez. That right there is a beautiful, beautiful cross straight hit by the young man, Josiah. Well done. Well executed. Good block. Kind of got away with a little charge there. And there's another beautiful left wall under by Josiah.
Bring it to 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. A good, strong lead for the young man. Good control there.
I like how he's controlling.
Yep. Good reaction there to again take advantage of Emil not being set defensively.
Yep.
Almost did it again to him. He just missed. Emil's got to get set defensively now. Oh, 5-1. Wow. Josiah is on a tear this game. Good block there by Emil. He's got to do a few of those to get back into this game. Nice cut straight. Game point 1. Yes. Huge lead for Josiah. Good right wall under by Emil. Something for him to definitely build on. And there it is, 7-2 to go up 3-2 for Josiah. He's 1 game away from winning this match. He's got to win 1 out of the next 2 games. Emil has no room for error. He has got to win the next 2 games in order to win. So this is do or die for Emil. Yeah, beautifully done.
Yes.
Yeah, so Ruth has I think a kind of a question. She said it's actually worse to hold your puck in front of the goal, so she's heard. And yes, so if you're holding it just directly like in the middle in front where you're right up against the goal, what you're doing is you're leaving 2 big holes on either side of the goal. And you know, for someone to react to prevent someone from scoring, it's very difficult to do that. There's a lot of good videos. If you look at the YouTube channel Centerline, Air Hockey Centerline, it talks about defense, and why that is not necessarily a wise thing to do.
So the holes are largest when your mallet's all the way against the goal. So.
Yep. Versus when you come out and go towards that puck, with your defense, then it narrows that angle that somebody has in order to score into the goal. The whole rock, paper, scissor issue is the fact that we have rails and the bank shot. So that's where it becomes more difficult to play defense for that reason. But all right, here we go. Emil with the puck. Again, not much room for error for him at this point. He's got to play good, strong air hockey to giving himself a chance here. A little left wall over attempt there. He was off the mark. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Josiah right now defensively. Still would like his stance to be a little more balanced. And he's still pretty far back. But I think he's not overreacting as much. A little charge there by Emil. Let's see if they call that back to Josiah. I guess it maybe did not touch him. I'm not sure. Nope. There we go. Okay. All right. So you were moving forward on it? So little debate real quick concerning the puck. So basically, if Emil charges and it flies off or goes out of play, then at that point in time, that would end up being Josiah's puck. They're questioning if it went on top or hit Emil's arm. So I think they're calling it that it hit Emil's arm maybe, which would make it out of play.
Yes.
So it looks like it's going to go to Josiah. So I guess there's a maybe kind of a funny question about roids in air hockey. We haven't had any issues with steroids, not even in the 80s. Yeah. So they're reviewing
So
the
Yep.
play currently. So that's what the holdup is. They're going to verify that is indeed the right call. But yeah, no steroid usage in air hockey. I probably would say that that would not be to anyone's benefit in all reality.
Nah. Nah.
Yeah, we've had some guys. We've had bodybuilders play. We've had guys of all walks of life, play the sport. And all the muscle in the world doesn't necessarily give you tremendous amount of advantage. I mean, we've had guys that are extremely strong, and sometimes a little too much, and they actually all they do is hit the puck off the table every time, and that's it. So, part of it is having that proper finesse and the skill to keep the puck on the table, while being able to hit good, hard, crisp shots.
Yeah.
So, it's not all about strength. Definitely not.
Definitely not. It's about knowing your mallet too, and so and so you have different densities and hardness of the mallets that cause the puck to release different.
There we go. Yep, it's exactly what we said.
Yeah, so the ruling is that it was off the table. It touched his arm on the way off, and so therefore became Josiah's puck in possession.
Yep. So here we go. 0-0. We'll see who's gonna draw first blood here shortly. It's a good shot there by Emil. I like the release. Oh, beautiful right wall over by Emil. 1-0.
Low on speed.
Yep. Good depth on that bank. He went back for it, but it was off the mark, more in the middle that time. Ooh, now followed up by a good, strong right wall under. Yep. So he countered the over, made it look the same, but it was a quicker, faster under. So he got behind the defense of Josiah. It's going to make him think twice. And maybe set up the future. Yep.
Yep, that's good. He stayed with his defense on the over.
Yep, and said, hey, guess what? I got some powerful left unders too.
Yeah.
2-1 now.
Yep. He needs to stay disciplined.
Again, setting up his attack left of center, taking his time.
Yep.
Good block there by Josiah. Yeah.
Shot Emil. And good shot right back at you.
Great, man. Jeez. Yeah, and Emil's barely out of position there. It's such a quick, fast shot. Very, very difficult to block. Emil just said, hey, I got one of those too. So now 3-2. Ooh, good left wall under. These guys are taking blows. 3-3.
Emil with the setup, slow pitch, boom, over.
All right, so left wall under, hit by Josiah. Now 4-3.
Well, Nixon, he is no longer online right now, so may have to hold that comment for another night.
All right, so here we go.
Yeah, looks like Josiah needs 3 more points, and he will take this match.
Yep. So huge possessions for both these players right now. Emil has got to force a game 7 here. He's got to prevent Josiah from just scoring 3 more points. The way to do that is to, again, control that pace and to take his time. And, oh, man, there's a great cut straight again from Josiah. He was 2 points away from winning this match. Good block, but he's got to hold on to it.
Good defense.
Oh, another
And
cut straight to give him match point 3. Wow. Yep. He's feeling it right now. Feeling very comfortable. All right. Maintains possession there. Going back to that cut straight. Kind of rushed it there. Emil was there. All right. So going back to the cut straight. We'll see what Emil does here. Let's cut of his own. Ooh, good block there from Emil. Went back to the right one over, but it was off the mark. Yeah. Okay. Unforced error gives the puck back. Looks like he was trying to hit the cross. Went back to the right wall over. Again, off the mark. Difficult shot to hit over and over. Went for a left wall. Wasn't there, though. Almost got caught out of position. And that is the match, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
Very, very strong left wall under to finish a freaking awesome match, ladies and gentlemen. That last set, 4 games to 2, back and forth, both players. Awesome job. That was a joy to watch. I hope everybody enjoyed it. That was really awesome.
Yeah, intense. Congratulations, Josiah.
Yeah, very, very good. Josiah got a big wahoo from his mother, which that's awesome to see. Very awesome to see.
I know she was sweating bullets there.
Yeah, all parents do. That's for sure.
That we do.
All right. Oh, so there's a good question here, and we'll get to the
Elo
players here
like
in
in
a second.
chess?
Commentators, the question is there a rating system for air hockey, basically? So like Elo. There is a rating system.
Pretty good rating system. I cannot hear
every one of these players
but there is a rating system.
Does have a rating. We call it a MIDIC rating. It's based on Elo, but it's based on playing and basically every single official match that a player performs in or competes in.
Yes, but the AAHL does
get put into this massive ratings scale. So you definitely look that up. You can find that probably on this website here, American Air Hockey League. You'd find it on Centerline. There's a lot of links to it. To name a few. But right now we are going to talk to these two awesome competitors. Josiah, what a win. Great job there.
Such a good game.
It looked like early on Emil was just carrying that momentum from that second set. Looked like he was just going to run away with that. And you finally just said, you know what? I'm able to block this right wall over a little more. So it seemed like that's what you might have done. So talk to me. Let me know what you did.
Mm-hmm. Just move my defense up a little bit. And right when he hit it right wall over, I would move over. Emil, there was like half the time you were like, I would know where you would shoot before you actually shoot it. Mm-hmm. Like when you bring it up to the top right corner and like do a couple fakes, you're gonna hit it right wall under. So I just like kind of like inched over there before you even shot it. And I mean, I think I'm doing the exact same thing. So
always working on it. So appreciate you telling me that because that way I can adjust.
Yep.
Yeah, iron sharpens iron, guys. That's the way to do it.
Yep. But what I did is just brought my defense up a little bit, and then whenever he shoot a right wall, just move over, and then once I get in possession, just try to hit like cut or just the fast left wall under. So like if you block the left wall unders, you'll be fine.
Yeah. So that right there is a great example of the game within the game, right? So it's the little adjustments that. It's hard to tell from, the untrained eye, especially, what you guys are doing on the table. But you guys know what y'all are doing. Y'all can tell. Y'all know what y'all are doing. So, great job. And you did that too, Josiah, without Emil really kind of giving in like he did that first set. Where you kind of took that pace back over. Emil did a great job with maintaining his pace. And not giving in to wanting to play faster. So hats off to both you guys. I think y'all both played better than y'all played in the first set, even though that first set was exciting. And we'll watch that over and over and over going down to the wire. But I think you both evolved throughout that match. So it was a joy to watch.
Yeah.
Emil, man, awesome job. You know, you corralled that youngster is about as good as anybody could for as long as you could. And, you know, I think both of you guys have a world of promise. How old are you, Emil?
43.
43. Man, you're closer to my age, but not quite. But
Well,
okay. Well, shoot,
Ruth,
you look in good shape to be 43, man. So
Appreciate it.
well, Ruth said, "Is Emil better?"
keep it up. And you've only been playing a little bit, so you don't have the wear and tear on the body that this sport does provide.
Right.
Unfortunately, you know, things that I learned over the decades. But anyways, guys, y'all keep it up. Doug, you got anything else you want to add?
I have something to add. In chat, Nixon and Ruth were saying, like, how do we compare ourselves to last time we played at Worlds? I mean, we both improved, like, exponentially a lot.
I know
but-
you. I've been watching you on stream from where I'm at, and I'm like, I have to play Josiah.
Yeah.
Because again, it's a learning thing, and I just had we had a great match at Worlds, and I'm like, man, if he's gotten this much better, I gotta push myself. And I knew win or lose, you were gonna push me to a higher level with this game, so I was excited for it. On the chat, I think Ruth was asking me if he's a better player than Worlds. 100%, like 100%, like exponentially better.
And you're also like so much better.
Appreciate it. Been working out, staying, you know, active. And, you know, I think in one of the last streams they asked, you know, they were talking about, like, is it important to be athletic? It's not necessary to join the sport to be athletic, but it definitely gives you an edge and keeps you kind of exponentially pushing through it, because in these long matches, when it's like you're getting through it, you kind of get tired. And if you don't have that endurance, it's hard to keep your head in the game.
And that's what's sometimes nice about you being, like, younger.
Oh, yeah, it helps for
like,
sure.
I mean, also your schedule like less packed. Like, you don't have work normally if you're like way like younger.
Right.
So you like have like you have more rest.
Yeah.
So you can like rest more and then like have like energy to play the game all the way through.
The older that you get, the more you're gonna have to work out to keep that level.
Yeah.
Believe me. But yeah. Any other questions? I think I saw my sister on chat. Love you too, Giselle Johnson. 21 plus tax. Exactly. That's my age. Depends. More like California tax. Yeah.
Okay. No. Well,
You guys can keep talking. Just keep.
we are going to be hopping into the next game. Chance versus
Okay,
Seth.
This should be fun.
We've got another match coming up here. I got Seth, and he's going to be playing Chance. So, Josiah, we'll just say one more time, congratulations. It was a lot of fun watching both of you guys play.
Well, same with Emil.
And,
we both did
again,
such a good job.
We look forward to you know, both you guys' progression through the sport, and look forward to you guys at the Worlds, seeing what y'all can do on the big stage. So congratulations to both you guys for putting on a show right here.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, what's up, air hockey fans? It's Nathan Bus popping in here. Danny and Doug, you guys are doing such a killer job. Thanks for helping us tonight, guys. I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to commentate for us over here at the American Air Hockey League. It's so awesome when all these air hockey guys are coming together. We got North Carolina over here. Emil's coming out from Florida. You guys are in Texas right now commentating remotely, and we just appreciate you. For those that don't know, Danny is an 11-time world champion. Doug is my absolute favorite trainer. He actually flew out here and stayed up till 2 in the morning giving us tips to the point where we couldn't even like comprehend it anymore. I was so tired. And there he is with a whiteboard using a dry erase marker on the air hockey table, getting us angles and stuff. It was amazing. Doug, I appreciate you. I'm glad that you guys are sticking around for some commentary. If you guys need to run, let me know. But I'm going to help you guys right now with some commentary because Connor stepped out. We got Chance on the table right now warming up. He's the one right here. They call him Cats, and they also call him the Viking. They used to call him the Viking when he had his long hair and he just cut his hair off. But he's one of our low-ranked pros, and he's going up against Seth Garrett. The chances of him winning this game are nearly 0. And I'm not saying that just to hype people up. Seth Garrett is a fantastic player, very high ranked. He is number 20 in the world, whereas the chance is in the 80s. I believe he's like number 85 or something like that in the world. And so the chance of Chance winning this game is extremely low. Danny, have you ever seen Chance play before? Because I think it's been a while since you've been over here.
Yeah, so I think this is the first time I'm going to get to see Chance, play. Obviously, I've seen Seth multiple times, play, and we saw him earlier this evening. But looking forward to seeing what Chance brings to the table here. I just see a good, smooth little right wall bank that I just saw there.
He loves a transition game. Doug, I cannot believe how much of your teaching that we've used this week alone. I don't know how many times I've been using some stuff that you've brought up, some pictures of the diagrams that you were showing us. I really appreciate you guys' mentorship, both of you. It's really a pleasure to have you guys on the channel. Chance is really been working on his control. So most of his shots are going to come from out of the diamond drift, and it usually ends up being a cut or the right wall under from that drift. If Seth is able to read that, which I'm sure he will, Chance is really done for. Whereas, Seth, all of his shots are these beautiful, right wall overs, right wall undercut, cross with the back of the mallet shots that he does. This game is right about to start up here. In the chat, we got Vi Rainsberger saying ditto. We got JPTL saying hi. We got Nixon saying, I'll say it again, 43, really? Sean saying, oh, snap. Vi, once again, we appreciate you so much. Vi came out to the studio just recently to cheer on Josiah. It was fantastic to see her in person. Giselle saying, Emil likes to spend weekend at his niece's festival and hit up Disneyland to prep for these games. Love you, bro. Love it so much. All right, we're about to start here. We're going to take away that banner at the top. Doug, I'm really hoping that you start seeing some of your training come out in Chance's play right now. First possession goes to Seth.
Definitely.
Seth sets it up. They call him Mr. Airhawk. You can see that on the back of his jersey there. Chance with the drift, now with possession. Doing a slow drift up, goes for that cross. It is stolen. Seth about to show Chance why he is ranked number 20 in the world. And number 4 in the American Air Hockey League. After this game, he will most likely, he only got ranked earlier today. Seth Garrett will most likely be number 1 in the American Air Hockey League very easily. In the world, we all know that Colin Cummings is the best. But in the American Air Hockey League, there's a smaller pool of players so far because not many people have been out in these parts to play. In the chat, JPTL saying, go! Sean saying, Chance's fit goes hard. Ruth saying, where is Seth from? Seth is from North Carolina. Oh, no. Chance scoring on himself.
So, guys, I'll check the comments.
Yeah. Oh, man. Hey, guys, don't forget to subscribe. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, I'm so glad this showed back up again on my feed. If you want it to show up on your feed, subscribe and click the little notification bell, and it will actually notify your phone whenever we go live. We're trying to go live every day this week while we've got some visitors from out of state. We even have Tam coming in. He's never played a professional before, and he's driving right this second from Canada to come visit us. And so he's going to be playing tomorrow. He's going to be extremely tired after that long drive. I believe it's a 12-hour drive that he's doing to get here. So we've got people from Florida, Canada, North Carolina, and also my brother, one of my favorite commentators, is coming out as well late tonight. And so there's going to be a commentator battle between him and Seth Garrett, where we actually are going to mic them up and make them commentate their own game while they play, which should be really fun. That's going to be Monday. Ooh, a nice cut, I believe, from Seth Garrett. No, yep, he brings it back, sets it up, and then fires that cut right in there. 5-1 right now. I
look at that
overstate.
right wall.
5-2.
So now that we have both NC players on the board here in Idaho, who do you think is going to take over are we going to take them over, or are they going to take over us?
No, I think North Carolina is holding their own very well. Emil lost to Anthony, and then he lost to Josiah, but he did beat Chance, so Emil's just right in between there.
He beat Anthony, right? Oh no, he lost to him on his first day.
Yeah, he did lose, but he had also just flown in. Danny, after you're seeing Chance's control, what are your thoughts for him?
I think Danny is muted.
No problem.
All right.
Seth is right now, he has a healthy lead right now, 6-2. In the chat saying, Ruth is saying, that'll be hilarious, talking about the commentator battle. Ruth asking, has Josiah played Seth? Not only has he played him in a few warm-up games today, Josiah even won a game. And so Seth gave him a few stickers from North Carolina.
There's that nice chase shot from Chance.
Chance getting pumped right now. Oh, he doesn't have the heart monitor on, does he?
Yeah. He says his heart can't get up to 120 beats per minute right now.
So he should have worn it. We got Seth at 155 beats per minute. Guys,
Seth, on his first game, got up to like 162, I saw. And that was pretty insane playing Anthony. I guess he does bring his serious mode on every player he plays.
Seth is right now up. Oh, and there he goes. Closing this match out. Seth kills Chance hard on that shot right there. Guys, let us know in the chat what you're thinking about this. I would love to read out your chats. Go ahead and like, subscribe. If you subscribe, let me know in the chat. I would love to shout you out right now. We would love to hit 10K subscribers. We only need a few hundred more. We are so close. We've been trying to get as close as we can to that mark. Seth Garrett flew out from North Carolina today and is already wanting to take on a game. You know, usually they have the jet lag, they're tired, but he's like, you know what, I got a game in me, let's go. And he's not disappointing right now at all. In the chat, we got Davey, how you doing, saying, I subbed. Thank you so much, Davey.
You know,
oh, there's a break.
Oh, I think that goes to Chance.
Got a replay on that. Let's watch that.
Because it flew up on the break.
I want to see it went up onto his thing.
I think they're going to do a reface off now, but
I'm okay with
I really want to play Seth. That challenge Seth. Just to.
I think you're going to have your chance. I think Monday he's going to take on a few big matches, and that should be fun. Oh, double wall.
I was thinking like tomorrow.
Do you see Seth's face on that? That double wall went into his goal, and you can see him. He's like, oh, I should have been able to block that. Seth is an extremely good player. So on the right-hand side, he is a high-ranked pro. Ooh, Chance, let's go of his mallet, meaning that he loses possession.
So Nixon's saying Seth here just for tonight. That would be a really expensive one-day visit.
No, Nixon, he's here until late Monday night. So yeah, he'll be leaving early Tuesday morning. Nice. Chance is now up 2-0. Unprecedented
man, that
right now.
Over, right? Just going through. Oh, and he misses that unforced error. But Seth knocking the puck out of the table.
We got Sean saying, subscribed earlier. You guys do an awesome job. Great sport to bet on. I agree. It's super fun to bet on this sport. It's a blast.
Betting? We can't bet.
Well, you know, we're figuring it out, actually, in other states, but you couldn't bet on it without money.
Other states, but...
Yeah. I bet you I'll beat you the next time we play. See, that's a bet right there. That's a bet right there, bro.
Why don't we play after this game?
Nick saying, let's go, Seth.
Oh, man, chances of 3-0 now. I think Seth is just taking it easy on Chance.
I mean, and that's the thing. You only push somebody to the intensity that they need to beat you, right? And so Seth did not need that intensity.
Oh, we got Danny Hines again. Hello, Danny.
Danny, welcome back.
We got your favorite player, Seth Garrett, back on the table.
Yeah, Chance.
Yeah, so, you know, Seth looks like he's getting it put to him so far this game, 4-0. I'm reading the comments, and somebody was saying, so Seth is like LeBron, the LeBron James of air hockey. I don't know. I've never seen Seth flop, so I don't think he's a LeBron James.
Gregory Gibbons in chat saying, one time Seth landed a creeper right while over on me that was so chill. My heart rate dropped 30 beats per minute. I love it. Gregory has some of my favorite comments in chat. They've had me cracking up all night. I've been working cameras
look at
today.
this drift across.
It's so
very nice.
Do you see how
is Chance gonna take a game on Seth?
Do you see Chance's smile though while he's playing, because he's playing? He knows he's playing a pro right now, and he's literally just excited to play. It'd be like you boxing Mike Tyson.
Oh, don't do that, Chance. Come on.
Yeah, he's trying to be screwy here, but you got Chance is excited because he's been hearing about these legends, and now he gets to finally play one of them. Danny Hines is one of those legends, and he's commentating with us right now, an 11-time world champion.
If Seth comes out from the bottomless pit.
Scores on himself. Oh no!
Commentators.
Okay,
curse.
you know though, as soon as now that you lost the game, you know Seth is gonna come back and absolutely annihilate. But it is fun to see one game on him. Nixon saying, you're evidently making this the place to be. Play Nathan and Spec. Players flying in to be on your stream and play you guys. Absolutely awesome. No, Nixon. Really, players like Danny Hines on our commentary, he's made this awesome for a long time.
Sean be like, are you saying he has a chance?
Yeah, Sean. So you're saying he has a chance? Yeah, for sure. Nixon, I appreciate you though for watching. Danny Hines is amazing. He's trained so many players. A lot of us would not be where we are without him. Same goes for Doug that was on earlier, and Connor. Here comes the set. And
Oh, my
ooh,
goodness.
Chance takes first possession
Chance
and the
and
goal.
the first blood.
Good. Definitely some good hustle I'm seeing from Chance. You know, he's got good, long, lanky arms. He's quick. You know, but he's got to.
Oh, man.
So right there, that's good discipline there. But if he took a little bit off that shot, it may have given Seth a moment to actually move out of the way.
Oh, my
Look
goodness.
at that
Look
right
at
wall. Okay,
this right
watch this
wall
replay.
over.
Watch where he hits the puck from, guys. On that replay, watch where the mallet hits the puck. It's right there at like 5 o'clock on that puck. The back of the mallet. And that's what makes Seth's shots so devastating. Chance scoring on himself now. Not happy about that.
Looks like Seth Garrett is now fired up with 162 beats per minute.
Sean in the chat saying, Ruth, your son killed it earlier. I lost $50 betting against
A
him.
chemical skyline.
Sean, we tried to tell you that you know, Josiah was really the overdog and Emil was the underdog as far as we had considered it. It is hard to match up players when they're from different states, though. Nathan, how do you think you would fare against Seth? I have fared against Seth poorly many times. I have lost against him in 3 different matches.
So Josiah beat Emil, who is ranked higher than him. He is now ranked 87 in the world.
That's correct. That's correct. Josiah just got a bump up in his rank because of beating Emil. But I have played Seth Garrett multiple times. Actually, one of my videos with him went viral. I called a timeout, and it went viral. I beat him in one game, but then they didn't realize that he actually won the whole match. So my one viral video of calling a big timeout was actually me losing that match. I only won that game.
So that means if we get a short on Seth getting a self score on him, like this, like there should be a clip. There should be a clip, and it will get 10 million views.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so Seth was saying he's like all the clips that have gone viral are always ones that I'm losing that game, but I won that match. He's like, it's not fair that all the things I'm famous for are losing.
Let's keep on that tradition. Right
Oh
now.
man. Okay, Seth is loosening up here. We got Nixon in chat saying, yeah, I think you've said before, Nathan, that there are a lot of people behind the
His
scenes.
heart rate's going up to 170 right now.
Now we got Nixon saying, yeah, but from my point of view, in the short time I've been watching, you have been the face of this. No, that is, man, I wish I could emphasize that more. Seth Garrett, the one playing right now, he has been our commentator for almost a solid year, along with Caleb Bust. They're only taking the time off because they're flying and driving out here. Caleb is right now on the road. He's got a 9-hour drive ahead of him. So that's why they're not commentating, and they do a much better job than we do.
I would have just flown if I was in California.
Nah, because he's got like a 3-hour drive just to get to an airport.
Danny, would you drive out all the way out from Texas to Idaho?
You know, for me, it'd probably be about, 22, 24 hours?
Yeah,
probably.
It's like a day of
Yeah,
driving.
so, I mean, I'm not scared, but I love driving.
I know this one story about how Vince almost killed
lost a mallet.
like the first state tournament. They all some of the Texans drove out here, and Vince was like the worst driver out of all of them, and they almost died.
Vince, one of the best air hockey players, but maybe not the best driver after driving 20
well,
something hours.
let's put that in perspective. Vince is actually a professional driver, so.
Oh no way!
So
well, that's awkward. Oh man, we got a chemical skyline in the chat saying one would think that if this is a professional tournament, the table would be much bigger. Incorrect. It does look like it's very small from the video. Both these players are like over 6 feet, I believe, and they could barely reach over the table.
6'2", I think.
Yeah,
Seth
the
is
table.
also like 6'2".
The table is the exact regulation size. The Dynamo makes regulation size table. So does Gold Standard Games. Ruth, Sean saying Ruth. He is a boss. You should be proud. I'm going to put a stack on him next time. Ruth saying, do it. He's only getting
stack
better.
Of what, quarters?
I mean, it's crazy. And so this is what's so crazy about that game. I don't know. I think we may have forgotten to mention this. But Emil actually played Josiah in last year's World Tournament. And Josiah
that was such a fake out from Seth. Let's watch that again.
That replay is fantastic. Look at that pump out, and he just pulled
man,
it, but it didn't go in. So
been a
Emil
great point.
beat Josiah in last year's World Tournament, and so Emil came out and said, I want a rematch, even though I won. I really want to play Josiah again after his year of practice to see how good he's gotten, and that's how good he's gotten. You know, enough from losing against Emil a year ago to now beating him.
Brilliant stop from Chance. So, Danny, this is your first time watching Chance play, right?
Yep.
So
first time.
What are your thoughts about his
was a good shot.
gameplay?
Well, you know, I think he likes to play with pace. He's got some snap to his shots, but I just from what I'm kind of seeing, he's obviously got a lot to learn still. When it comes to dealing with speed changes. So like somebody like him, if Seth wanted to, he could probably hit quite a few all speeds because he wants to be quick. You know, he wants to interfere with the puck, and it's definitely an art. It's definitely an art to be able to do that, and it's something I would tell him to keep doing, to keep trying to get to that point. But one way that, you know, more experienced players would exploit that is, you know, hitting a lot of all speeds, you know, mixing it up and just really freezing the defender. And I can see him getting really frustrated with that. But I mean, most players get frustrated with that type of attack. You know, but let me tell you, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from him. How long has he been playing?
He's only been playing for about 8 months now, I think.
8 months.
Sean's saying Chance got that Maymar style. We got Glenn saying 174 beats per minute. Seth is a machine. I can tell he's up against the ropes. I mean, he lost. Chance scores on himself.
So, Chance is my training partner, or I'm the one training him. So you'll see some of my styles of shots coming out from him. Because I've really been the only one teaching him how to do like back of the mallet releases or slices. So that
Nixon,
right now, yep, there he goes. That's a slice. I taught him.
Nixon, you're not chatting too much. I see you in the chat, bro. It actually helps the algorithm. We love it when people chat in. If anybody else is watching this, and I know that there are a lot of people watching this right now, go ahead and chat in.
It is
Chance sets it up. Oh, off the table.
Goodness.
It is off.
Good defense by Seth.
Yeah, it was off.
Good discipline. Seth just stayed exactly where he needed to be. He was in a great position.
Like 2 centimeters to the cut side and it blocked it.
Ooh, Chance able to block that right wall under twice.
Yeah, two centimeters might be actually an exaggeration. It was probably less than that. He was in great position.
This is Chance's moment to tie it up. Does he get it? No. He loses possession. Seth gets possession and...
Oh, my goodness.
Oh!
Goodness.
Some transition game going.
If your heart's not racing right now, you shouldn't be watching this channel. Seth sets it up, goes for the cut, gets it back again.
For me, I wouldn't challenge Seth on the transition game because I know he's like way faster than me, like ever.
Oh, here it goes, Seth. Chance almost was able to snag that. Again.
I think Seth could just end this with the right wall over.
He's been trying.
No, he's been hanging it mid.
He was almost lost possession.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh man, Chance not happy about that. Take a look at this replay. And we got Centric in chat saying great production. How long has this league been around? Actually, to be honest, the American Air Hockey League has only been around for a little bit over a year. But, you know, we were in Idaho playing a bunch. We had a state league, and we decided to go a little bit larger with it. Take a look at your guys' chats right this second. These are live, and the players are able to see this in the room. That's one of the screens, but there's another screen that's much larger, and the players are able to see your chats. Test it out right now if you don't believe me. Throw some chats in there. Don't forget to double tap the screen to give us a like.
Sean's got a BPM on. He's at 182 from watching this game.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Sean.
You know, Danny, if you weren't retired, I would want to know what your BPM is like. It's just when you're
I can tell you this. I probably was pretty intense, so it'd probably be up there.
Yeah, for me, I shot up like 195, like you've heard.
Yeah, I easily could be there. If not, I might break the 200, to be honest. I mean, it was crazy.
I don't think it's humanly possible to do a 200.
Oh, I could do it.
Oh, look at that cross.
You're saying you're an alien.
Yeah, keep in mind, I you know, there were times I probably weighed over 300 pounds and still playing at a high level.
Nice under. It's now 2-0. Chance actually taking some off of the pro.
I mean, that's like the great thing with air hockey. You can be any size you want, and you can still be a great player.
Beck, you missed the funniest thing in chat earlier. Somebody said, "Oh, wait a second," because they're listening to like what's the best type of body style, and someone's like, "So you're saying the best type of body style is a really short person with super long arms?" And it was pretty funny.
Look at Jacob Munoz.
Jacob Munoz is awesome. I don't care what you say about his. Does he have long arms?
Yes, he's a short guy with long arms.
I've never measured Jacob Munoz's arms. Michael Phelps. I wonder how he'd be at this sport.
Michael Phelps is like
Sean saying, what is the drink choice for air hockey players? Okay, I will say that Seth was happy that I had Pepsi and Coke. We actually provide that at the studio for these guys. We keep cold water.
Left wall
over.
Cold water, Mountain Dew, Pepsi, Coke, all that stuff, and Gatorade.
Seth changed mallets?
Seth is using one of the Thompson's pink mallets right now.
I guess he wanted some pink flair in his game.
Sean, we're gonna always just go between Pepsi and Coke until one of them decides to sponsor us.
No,
so we
they
are
make,
up
they
for
make
grabs.
a drink called Pepsi Cola. You know,
Pepsi Coca. Oh!
Nice football.
Under. You know, Seth was just planting his defense,
He's like,
and you know
that looks like a cut. That
Chance
looks like a
read
cut.
it and shot underneath it. Well, I like how Seth was aggressive there and trying to get it to bounce off of his mallet. Did a shot on him when he was over the line.
Well, I think they
You know, Sean, you're saying we deserve a sponsor. Sean,
with each other.
Sean, we have a sponsor. Look on the back banner there, Ruth Kamichek with Ruthless Real Estate. We call it our Ruthless Replay. She's amazing. She's also the mother of Josiah, who was just playing and won a match against Emil from Florida. Ruth is amazing as a real estate agent. I just want to do a quick shameless plug for her. She's the best. She helped me get my home after a really devastating fire, and she got it for us in a 2-week span, like keys and all, after doing an amazing letter for us and helping us out. She really fights for you. If you guys are in the Idaho area, give her a call. You can see the number on the wall there, 208-965-3570. Give her a call. She's amazing. So we do have a sponsor. However, wouldn't mind one from Pepsi or Coke. So if anybody is in the coups with those guys, let us know. Chance right now, 3-2 in the lead somehow against the number 20 in the world.
I think it's because Seth is using Seth's mallet.
I think it's because Seth just got off a plane. He was like, "Hey, I'm super tired. I think I'm gonna play one game and then I'm gonna go to bed," because he knows all the big games are happening Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We're gonna be streaming early tomorrow as well. I believe even the amazing Will Upchurch might be helping us stream tomorrow. I heard rumor that we have I gotta remember all of my commentators. We got oh, nice right wall over. We have on Sunday we have the amazing Chris Gibson and Jacob Munoz, so he gets to yell at you for what you said.
Chris Gibson.
Yeah,
He's the one
doing
that
commentary
lost
that
number 12.
morning, possibly. So it should be really fun with the commentators that we have set up.
Danny,
so don't miss it.
Danny, what's your take on Chris Gibson losing number 12 in the world?
Lack of discipline.
Lack of discipline, yes.
Yep.
Meaning,
I agree with that.
Chris needs to come to the school of Danny and get a lot of. Let me tell you, it's something genetically, and his dad, Tad Gibson. A lot of you play, y'all don't really know him, but he played a long time ago. Obviously, he's older, but I played him when he was in his prime and whatnot. His dad had a really strong offense as well. Could hit like these wicked, just freaky shots from wicked angles, and Chris is no different. It's weird how that works.
Great passion
Good hustle
from
point
Chance.
there by Chance.
Sean,
but
Sean in the chat asking, is it illegal to put 2 hands on a mallet for a power shot? No, it's not. It is not a power shot.
I don't
So
think
it's not the same like a golf club or a sword. Also, you cannot have 2 mallets on the table at the same time, but you can have one in each hand as long as only one's on the table. So if you wanted to trade between mallets, you could do that. It's just not advised.
that's straight.
Look at Chance. He's
North
excited.
Carolina special.
Chance is literally excited about it because he knows it's such a good shot. Like I said, it's like boxing Mike Tyson, right? You'd be excited to box Mike Tyson. You don't expect to win, but if you can even get one hit on him, you think you're a legend. That's what's happening right now with Chance versus Seth Garrett. You can hear those guys. They're so excited right now.
Sean, I don't think you can even put power if you hold it with 2 hands. I don't think that's...
you're not going to get the same torque on a mallet, on a shot with that.
I think you're
but
getting a shove.
But for Chris Gibson, Spec, to answer your question, he really just needs to take a step back and get back on the fundamentals, defensively mainly. And I know he's had a lot of other personal things going on in his life, that's kind of taken away his focus from the sport. So he's a trooper for just going and still playing. And we all handle things different in life. As you guys go through life, you're going to, experience good things, and obviously you're going to experience some bad things too. And anyway, so Chris kind of going through some stuff, not giving that man excuses. He's a man standing on his own 2 feet. But all that being said, he has a world of potential, but, he just really needs to get some more fundamentals in him, and then he can really tap into what his true potential is.
Oh, look at that shot. That was so awesome. And now 1-1. Chance had that cross on him, and Seth immediately answered back. Chance now setting it up. I mean, he won Seth in one game, so he knows that this god can bleed, if you will. And so once you get a taste of that, once Chance has a tiny taste of that hope, it's a very dangerous
I could
thing.
beat Seth Garrett.
Ooh, 2-1. I do not think you could beat Seth Garrett.
What do you mean? I beat you. That means I could beat Seth Garrett.
That doesn't work that way, bro. You beat me before, but Worlds is a very different beast. Oh man, Seth, 1-2 right now, actually losing once again in this match. Can Chance take this out? I don't believe so. I even voted in the poll. Actually, there's a poll right now, guys. 68% chance for Seth. I think it's actually much higher than that. I think the actual stats show him at like 90%. Yeah, but only because I think that Seth is taking it easy for his games coming up right now. There is something to be said about when you're at Worlds, which is happening, guys, by the way, guys, in August. In Houston, Texas, there's a world tournament. If you're like, hey, how do I join the league and all that? How do I become ranked? That's how you join. Go to Houston, Texas in August. Margaritaville. It's gonna be amazing.
1-5 or something.
1-4 right now.
1-4,
Yeah. Davey's saying, is there a way to test the airflow on the board? Yes, there is. They've actually made boxes that have the air sensor on them. They can test the airflow, and tables do have different airflows. We got Sean also saying, chancing to put sand on the puck.
Oh,
he had a little more curve on it. I think he meant to say
right
spin.
under.
You can put spin on the puck. It does have an effect. It's just a little bit harder to really control. We got Davey saying a Monster sponsorship would be cool, or Red Bull. We're still working on sponsorships right now, but if you guys know anybody, send them our way. Actually, if you look on the wall in the background, it says connect with us at aahlconnect@gmail.com. We always love it when people sponsor. We always love people that want to help us commentate. Look how mad
Chance is getting so irritated.
Chance is right now.
So we've actually had some sponsorship in the past from Red Bull. They sponsored a Worlds, I think, in like 2007 maybe. And then also Coke Zero, when they first launched, they flew me out to Toronto. The Coke Zero, I guess, corporate headquarters is in Toronto, Canada. And they flew myself and Michael Rosen and Andy Yevish up there to put on a display. So we got to hang out with great NHL greats like Daryl Sittler, Toronto Maple Leaf Hall of Famer.
Seth setting up. Seth going for that forehand now. Oh, he's going for a forehand again. See, that's what I'm thinking right now. Seth is really using this game as a way to practice. He's basically playing with his food at this point. You know, Chance setting it up, really hoping to get a sneaky shot in with the drift. Goes for that cross, loses possession almost immediately. Seth, again with the forehand. You see how he's hitting that? Again with the forehand and getting it. So he is practicing.
Seth is playing
and
with
Chance,
his food.
Chance knows it. He's smiling. He knows that he is just a punching bag right now for practice. So Seth can get ready for his games later this week.
Both these players screaming out.
Oh, again with the forehand.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
now match point. And at the end of this is it. If Seth gets one more point. I mean, Chance knew that this was coming, but he just wanted Chance to play.
Didn't get skunked like Anthony did.
Sean's saying Chance has a sick dangle you're ring on. Just noticed that. Oh, you got a point. He's so happy to get 1 point right now. And there it is. Game over. Game over. And Seth just kind of walking it off right now. Look at these guys hugging on the screen here. These guys, they had so much fun. And Chance, I don't know if you can hear him saying that. But he's like, that was so much fun. I really love that game. Well, those guys pop down on the couch for a second. You guys can ask some questions. Hey, it's live right now. Throw your questions in chat so they can see, your chat. Take a look at this. The chat is live right now. This is your chance to talk to the pro player, Seth Garrett. We should fix his name there on the screen. What is that? Seth Great? What is that? What is that?
He is the Great.
Seth the Great. Oh man. Could you have them sit closer together? Yeah. This is the hardest thing on photography. Is getting the players to sit closer together right now. I think one of my favorite things is earlier today. No,
I think someone. No, they need to move that camera.
I know, so I was gonna ask if you could do that real quick.
No, you do that.
So Seth Garrett, one of the funniest things, and he walked into the studio today for the first time seeing it in person after commentating with us for like nearly a year, and he's just like, it looks actually bigger. Like in person, it looks really small on camera, and I was so bummed about that. We're always doing our best to make the room look like it's full size. But Seth, Awesome game there, Chance. You actually held your own pretty well, but we could tell that Seth was playing with his food a little bit, messing with those forehands and just practicing a little bit here and there. Awesome game, gentlemen. How'd you feel about it? Oh, we gotta unmute you guys. Oh, hold on 1 second. We made the... okay, there you go. Now answer. There you go. Now people can hear you. Go ahead.
You first.
I felt tired. I wasn't expecting Chance's defense to be so robust. He locked down my left wall under really well. He locked down my right wall under really well. The oversail past him, but I
got me a few times.
Couldn't hit it. I kept missing it. So now I was like, all right. And then during game 5, this like the third, he's up like 4-1, and he goes. You can't play that forehand game with me.
And you did. And then I said,
you went
back to back, and I was screaming, stop. I did not. That was mean, man. What the heck?
I said, what now? You're telling me I can't win forehands? So I only shot forehands the rest of the game.
It worked. I got one forehand on him. I felt a little redeemed.
You hit the same forehand I was shooting on you, though. You hit the forehand over. I liked it when you hit the forehand double, too. That was nice.
That was good. That was really good.
All right, guys, take a look at the chat. There's tons of questions coming in, and everybody listening to this right now, throw some questions, add some question marks at the end, because that's what they're going to look at. Guys, read off some questions right now of the fans, if you can, as quickly as you can.
Nixon, UK, first time seeing you, Seth. Only been watching the stream for a few times. Love to see it. Thank you so much, Nixon. I appreciate that. Seth has badass forehead. Yeah, dude. I got 5 head, baby.
Who's the best? Between me and Seth Garrett, you could obviously tell Seth is much better than I am. I tried to give him a run for his money. I said, no, I'm gonna play this all the way through, and I'm gonna see if I could at least take one game. I did. I took one game.
He did.
I love it. Where did Seth get his shirt? Sean's asking.
This is my Federation bowling jersey that I wear on my travel league all throughout North Carolina and a little bit of Virginia. And everybody knows me as the guy who plays air hockey. So that's my nickname on my bowling jersey.
Mr. Air Hockey.
Nixon has a question there for you.
Nixon, UK. Chance, you played Seth. Just, does it feel he's in a different league than others that I normally see you play on here? You are definitely on a different league. I knew you were toying with me for a bit, but then I was like, well, I said I wanted to persevere, and I wanted to at least show you that I could push that potential. And I wanted to do that via a win, and I think that did me some justice.
You know, something I've been saying, Chance, is that it's sort of like playing Mike Tyson. I was explaining to the viewers that, like, you laughing so much while getting playing by him. Yeah, it's different when you're playing somebody that you're supposed to beat and then you don't. Like when I played Spec, that hurt my feelings. But when you're playing someone like Seth Garrett, it's like I saw you just laughing the whole time because it's like amazing the shots that he's able to pull off. Is that sort of what it's like? Is like fighting a Titan?
Yeah, no, definitely. And he just played around. Oh, Shazo Glover. What's our air hockey nickname? What's your nickname? Mr. Air Hockey.
I'm attached to it. I can turn around.
Mr. Air Hockey.
Oh yeah.
So cool, dude.
Oh yeah.
And I go by Cats. That's just my initials. I think you guys used to call me Viking, yeah, when I had my nice long hair.
Yeah. Now we don't.
No, you don't. You just call me Chance.
Hey, Chase.
Yo.
So real quick.
Yeah.
Just to kind of point something out. So, watching how you kind of enjoyed that, kind of that education you got there from Seth.
Yeah.
How you everybody gets that. And it wasn't that long ago that Seth went through the same kind of experience with, Jacob Weissman, Munoz, Colin, Connor. Maybe not Connor as much. He was probably he was getting back into it around that time too. But so it wasn't that long ago, and he's elevated his game. In fact, all those guys from North Carolina have. me, it's hard to believe that Seth is just number 8 in that freaking state, right? Is that your current rank?
Yeah.
So, you know,
I didn't do very
those
good at the
guys are all
face-off.
playing so well. What's that?
I didn't do very good at the face-off.
Well, yeah, but you gotta give credit to the ones that beat you, right? So
Joey and Riff, yep, they did great.
there you go. So, you know, all those guys are playing so good, and Seth is just one of those guys. And, you know, I think I probably did a little bit of commentator jinx on him because he's like the guy that I said, oh, out of all the guys, he's the one out of North Carolina that I see him pushing the top echelons of the sport. And so I kind of put the jinx on him, so I apologize a little bit. But he is fighting his way back, and I know he's going to do better the next time he plays in that state or competes with those other guys, and I'll hold him accountable to that. But
heck yeah,
we got Michael in chat
you know,
saying,
like I said, it wasn't that long ago the same thing was happening to him. So Chase, you got you know, good experience to grow the same way that Seth has.
Thank you.
Michael in chat saying, this is the best I've seen Chance play. He's only going to get much better. Shazo saying, what is your air hockey nicknames? I think you already answered that
We
one.
already
Actually.
answered that.
Toronto's saying, how
Sean.
hard is professional air hockey? I would say it's pretty dang hard. A lot of people think it's super easy because they've beaten 5 of their friends, and so they all think they're pros. So that's why we actually, at least once a month, go out to a random arcade in different states and let people compete against the pros. All they have to do is win one game to win $100, but they haven't done it yet. We got
have
someone
Sean
asking,
Fitz.
what's Seth's bowling average? I actually want to know that too. I think everyone wants to know that now. Seth.
It's like what? I'm gonna throw a guess. 246.
I'm gonna say 109. I'm just kidding.
This guy thinks I bought 246. I would be in PBA for that.
Really?
That's like Jason Belmonte average right there.
That's fair.
Nah, 181.
180. Oh, that's what I'm trying to shoot for now.
We got Sean asking about your arm sleeve, Chance. You want to divulge on that?
So I have this awful genetic disease. It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's basically where a lot of my joints in my body are really flexible. So if I hyperextend, or if like my muscles get like way too hot and they just start to expand, I could potentially pull the cartilage. I can pull muscles, and this is just meant to keep my arm cool in a sense. It's literally meant to compress the air and make it cold.
Nixon's asking, where can I find the most up-to-date world rankings? We're actually making a website right now, but we also have some on the Facebook. I don't know if we're going to be able to share those live right now on a screenshot. We might be able to. Jasmine saying hi. We got Davey saying 150. We got Brantley saying hi. We got I'm with Chapo saying, I've met Jason Belmont. He's actually come and bowls here every year in Houston. Oh, man, if I'm with Chapo, you should, if you're in Houston, you are right in the mecca of air hockey. You should definitely join the World Tournament in August. Davies saying, I also have EDS. And we got, we're putting the link in the chat right now if you guys want to see the current ranks. Sean saying, dang Chance, stay safe, brother. It looks cool like Iverson from 2022 or 2002. Seth, awesome stinking match, guys. I think that, okay, we got that posted in the chat right here. I think we're going to be ending it off here in a second. Danny, I just want to make a special thank you to you and Doug and Connor for all coming out today on the remote
Thank you all,
commentary.
yes.
I would like to tell everybody, we're actually going to put one poster up really quick showing how to contact us. If you want to help commentate for us, if you want to sponsor us, if you just want to reach out with an email just to say, hey guys, I really appreciated the stream, shoot us an email at aahlconnect@gmail.com. I actually monitor that one myself, so you should send us an email. We also have the North Carolina State Tournament coming up. Check this out. Actually, you know what? I might pass the mic off to Seth for a second. Seth, would you like to talk about the North Carolina State Tournament? We're going to bring up that flyer right now for you.
Well, the North Carolina State Air Hockey Tournament registration is currently open, depending on whatever your world or state rank in North Carolina is. It depends on how much you pay. So if you're someone who's never played an event before, it's only $30. It is going to be June 20th to the 22nd in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Maywood Hall and Garden. You would have the chance to see me there. Also, a bunch of the great players in North Carolina compete for the #1 rank in the state.
Thank you so much, Seth. So, guys, there's a lot of events coming up. There's one in North Carolina. There is a world tournament in Houston. There's ways to reach us at aahlconnect@gmail.com. Once again, thank you to our amazing sponsor, Ruth Kamichek, for always being such an amazing sponsor. Thank you to Danny Hines, and a special thank you to Seth Garrett and Emil, Caleb, Tam, for making the long trek from California, Florida, Canada, and North Carolina to make this weekend special. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning. We're going to be starting the stream, I believe, around, well, don't quote me on this because we'll see how tired we are, but hopefully around 10 o'clock our time, which is going to be 9 o'clock Pacific, 10 Mountain Time, 11 o'clock Central, and that's 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Danny, thank you so much for helping us commentate today.
No problem, Nathan. It was my pleasure, sir. And I love watching all you guys progressing and taking the sport to new heights that I could never dream of back in the day. So love seeing it. You guys keep it up.
It's because of your support, man. All right, from all of us at the American Air Hockey League, we'd like to wish you a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, y'all.
Bye, everyone.
See ya. Peace out.